Okay, Shalom Israel. How y'all doing today? Shabbat Shalom. Hope everybody's having a Tawab morning. And we're going to get back into it as soon as possible. Shout out Cabo Cobb, LA Judah, his school that he teaches out there with different families and brothers and sisters out there from California to the East Coast. Shout out isbhpk Houston, isbhpk Rochester, New York, isbhpk Norfolk, Virginia. Shalom. Hope everybody's doing well this weekend. We're going to get started into our Sabbath class, but before we start our class, we're going to send our prayers up. Okay? So, much. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nefalanawa. Awar. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nefalanawa.
Rayak.
Nayachacha.
The water.
Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thanks, so be it.
Majim Wapanya Yerushalayim. Right in the face.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
That was my fault. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai. Hahawa'ah. Nefalanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayan Yamya. All. Hohoyim. Ma'aya. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Wa'aratiza. La'a. Yonathan, Namawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashamayah, Hana, Yala'ah, Nawam, Wala'ah, Yishan, Shashawamah, Yashara, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayah, Yanyamyah, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makol, Right, Yashemaya, Yapasha, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Amalakia, Wabu'aya, Wa'ai,
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharah, Yahweh, Elohayim, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharah, Yahweh, Elohayim, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharah, Yahweh, Elohayim, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemaya, Kodesh, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak with Kaf, Haba'ah, Watazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Aratiza, Hawa, Hayah, Washemaya, Nathan Lacham, the one, Wasalachna, Watina, Wasalachna, Watina, Help ya another. What is that one? A ball. I'm shining. Mayan. Right. Kaya. Lakab. Amalakwa. Arab.
Lord's Prayer in English, Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ten Commandments. La'ayahayah.
Lakab.
Anya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. Lakab.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. Shem. Yahweh. Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabah. Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad. Abaka. Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a. The Ratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 7. La'a. Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a. Aina. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a. Tachamad. Asharat. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshad.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Okay. Israel Yeshavu.
Everybody be seated.
All right. So where we left off last week, the class was dealing with the exploits and the marvels of Elisha and a lot of the great things he did as far as the power that Elisha rode in. This week's class is going to deal on a smaller level about that, but really we're going to see some great and miraculous things Elisha did while simultaneously dealing with the eroding of the northern kingdom. Okay, because we're going to start to see the erosion of the northern kingdom, which will really lead us to the eventual fall of the northern kingdom. The Most High is getting to the point where the Most High has had it up to here with Israel's desire for Baal worship. Their desire to serve other gods and to not give the Most High the respect and power that he deserves. Okay, so all these issues and all the years and generations and from one king to another, all this rebellion is leading up to a kind of like a crescendo, a climax. We're not at the climax quite yet, but you're starting to see the erosion get worse and worse and worse, and you're starting to see the penalties for the rebellion of the nation starting to stack up. But before we get into that part, we're going to still deal with some of the exploits and greatness and the great things that Elisha was able to do. So the first reader, let's get Mawala. And we're going to get into 1 Kings chapter 6, verse 1.
Mawala, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yahweh, Ban Yashar.
Ma'awala, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Yahweh, Ban Yashar. And much, bro. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshar B'Gitah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar B'Gitah.
All right. All right. So let's get into 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 1 through 7. Deals with the first part of another one of Elisha's exploits. Take up space, man. There's one point. Yeah. Let's do this. Let's continue.
God. 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 1 reads.
Okay.
And the sons of the prophets said unto Elisha, Behold now, the place where we dwell with thee is too strait for us.
So at this particular point, the prophets were coming to Elisha and saying, hey man, the school's too small. And the place where we're dwelling, where the prophets were dwelling, is getting too small, it's getting too straight. We're going to need to expand out. Which means what it shows initially was that the prophets were growing. And the teaching was growing at that particular time because, and if you're looking at it, the Most High allowed a counterbalance to kind of be set forth in the northern kingdom. With all of the priests being gone, the Levites were all down south. So there had to be some kind of movement to counterbalance the Baal worship that was going on in the northern kingdom. So with all the Baal worship going on, the Most High allowed prophets, and we're building prophets up in the northern kingdom to kind of neutralize and to teach the people about, or to remind Israel about the true power alongside with all the Baal worship with the higher authority people was going on. So at the time, they approached Elisha and said, hey man, the school's too small, we have to expand out. And I want to go to the Bible Knowledge Commentary real quick on page 549 and just read this real quick. It says, another incident involving the company of the prophets follows. As one of their schools, their accommodations have become inadequate because of the growing number of young men, a tribute to the effectiveness of Elisha's ministry. This may have been the school at Jericho, since the young men went to the nearby Jordan River for their wood. They intended to build new facilities at a new site. Elisha gave his permission for this project and agreed to accompany the workmen. Okay, so that's where we are. Let's start at verse 1 again.
God. 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 1 read. And the sons of the prophets said unto Elisha, Behold now, the place where we dwell with thee is too strait for us. Let us go, we pray thee, unto Jordan, and take thence every man a beam, and let us make us a place there, where we may dwell. And he said, Salaki, and he answered, Go ye. And one said, Be content, I pray thee, and go with thy servants. And he answered, I will go.
So Elisha was like, I'll go with you guys. Initially he said, man, y'all go do it. Y'all go handle it. Another one of the prophets was, can you come with us? So he said, I'll go with you. I'll roll with you out here to Jordan, near Jordan, to get this thing done. Read on.
Verse 4. So he went with them. And when they came to Jordan, they cut down wood. But as one was felling a beam.
Felling means cutting. Well, let's go to the 1828 real quick to confirm it. Felling. Somebody get it.
Felling in the 1828 Webster's Dictionary. Cutting or beating to the ground.
So they were sitting back here cutting a beam, cutting wood. Okay, read on. So now get back to verse 5.
God, verse 5. But as one was felling a beam, the axe head fell into the water. And he cried and said, At last, master, for it was borrowed.
Listen, my wallet. Why don't you put that down? That's another person's seat. Is that your stuff?
This is my stuff.
Put it in the back. On the,
yeah, I don't know why brothers do that, man. I wasn't sure who it was. It's just taking up a space where people can actually get in class and get the scriptures. Okay, so what's happening is, as they was cutting trees down, one of the axe heads must have slipped off of the actual wood handle and fell into the water. You know, Israel's broke. Israel got a money out. Yeah. So he said, listen, man, at last, I got this from Lowe's, man. I borrowed it from Lowe's.
Yeah, it's a rental program.
It's one of the rental programs from Home Depot. I got to give it back tomorrow. We obviously know it's not Home Depot or Lowe's back in those days, but you get the point. Right. Israel didn't have that kind of bread. And he's like, man, I lost this man's axe. I can't pay for it. This is a problem.
You got to go to another blacksmith, get another banged out, get another hammerhead banged
Bro.
out. That's a whole nother process.
And that's money. That's money.
That's a setback to your project.
Listen, you wouldn't have borrowed the axe if you had the money to go to the guy that crafted the axe in the first place.
Right.
So now there's obviously a shortage of bread. So he's stressed out about how he's going to sit back here and pay this axe back. Read on, verse 6.
Verse 6. And the man of the Most High said, where fell it?
So what part of the water did it fall in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, read on.
And he showed him the place. And he cut down a stick and cast it in thither.
Now I don't know what the hell the relevance of the stick was, and what magic was in the stick out, what spirit of the Most High was in the stick out. But he sat back and got a stick and threw it in the area where they said the axe was. Okay, read on.
You know that just to bring this point up, that would be called alchemy.
Yeah.
You know, when you're able to take substance like metal. First of all, metal is a solid.
Yep.
And it's not.
That's not floating,
It's
bro.
not buoyant.
Yep.
You know what's buoyant is a stick. A stick is buoyant. It floats on top of water.
Mm-hmm.
Metal does not float on top of water. But obviously, like you said initially, something has to offset the alchemy that the previous nations was doing, and because Baal worship is also sorcery. It's also magic. And what we're looking at is an opportunity for the Most High to reveal himself, to show his power, but not through the left hand that the other nations would do.
Yeah.
And just to get into this point, just to expound on that point real quick, go to Exodus chapter 7 verse 10 real fast. Exodus chapter 7 verse 10 real quick.
Shalom everybody online. Shalom everybody online. You said Exodus 7 and 10?
Exodus chapter 7 verse 10.
Okay.
Exodus chapter 7, verse 10 reads, and Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh.
And you can look at this. You can look at this competition from the beginning of Exodus. He said Moses and Aaron went unto Pharaoh. Read on.
And they did so as the Lord had commanded.
Go ahead.
And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh
Go ahead.
and before his servants.
So Aaron's rod, he threw it down. The Most High told him, throw your rod down in front of Pharaoh, and in front of his servants, so that everybody can see what you're doing. Go ahead.
And it became a serpent.
And so, boom, that staff turned into a serpent. Read on.
Then Pharaoh also called the wise men.
But check it out. Now you know it's a competition, because that's what these wise men and these sorcerers are for. They're on Pharaoh's payroll. Their job is to do magic also. So he said. So Pharaoh called his men up. Go ahead. It was a challenge. Read on.
Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Egypt.
Now that magicians, that word comes from magi. That word magi means wise men or learned men. So these learned men, they had knowledge. They had some type of initiated knowledge. That left hand knowledge. Read on.
They also did in like manner with their enchantments.
So they did some enchantments, and they also turned their staffs into serpents, showing you that there's a power on the right hand side, and there's also a power on the left hand side.
Mm-hmm.
But read on.
For they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents.
Go ahead.
But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rod.
But it shows you who has the greater power. The Most High has the greater power. So when you look at Baal worship, Egyptian, all these different paganistic customs, they worship the left hand. They worship demons. They go to demons to get support.
Mm-hmm.
They summon demons to get answers. They summon demons to get help. But with the Most High, his power far exceeds that of the left hand side.
He's the power of all spirits.
God. So but just showing how these are opportunities for the Most High to reveal himself, but not through some left hand knowledge.
And see, and this was the power of what Alicia did when we was going to class last week. It was about showing them that Alicia, through the power of the Most High, was out dueling and outperforming and out strengthening the Baal worship and the Baal prophets.
God.
And everything that he was doing, whether he was bringing a young child to life from death, all these things he was doing was established to neutralize what do you call it? A war.
That's a heavy duty.
Yeah, this will cure
It's gonna be
anything
healthy. Yeah,
immediately.
it's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna
This
say
is
this.
gonna cure anything.
I was gonna say this.
I'm sorry.
It shows that there's different worlds. Like in our world right now, we have that culture of that transgender culture. We have that sexualizing of younger people culture. We have the normalization of certain types of inappropriate conversation being put in elementary school. That's disturbing a pre-Christian world, right? So if you had a Baal world, flip it. You have a world that's based on Baal. Whole society relied on Baal. They had 450 prophets that were based on Baal. This is the culture of the time. The culture of the time, the new normal of that time is Baal worship.
Yeah.
But these small miracles that are happening are just a little leaven, like we went on last week. A little leaven does what?
Leaven the whole lump.
We're having the culture of the Most High being reinitiated and reinstituted. And it's disturbing that whole ideal that's established by Baal worship, that whole normalization culture.
And the Most High was trying to establish this counterbalance to give.
God.
What he's doing is he's sending these prophets into these situations to give Israel hope. Because the Jews required what?
Signs.
So the Most High kept giving them signs. As soon as Elisha would do something great, word would get around all the northern kingdom and more than likely the southern kingdom also. As reminders to do what? To cleave back to the Most High. But you know what Israel got doing? Israel just was comfortable and loved the drama. You sit back, you want to get a bunch of black folks together, especially in high school. What was happening? If there was a fight, you get all the black folks together. Yeah. They want to see the commotion.
Yeah.
Oh, we got him. Oh, we got him. Oh, we got him. And then after the commotion, and after you find out what happened, everybody goes and leaves.
And actually act different around you too.
Yeah.
They don't act the same after you went.
You're going deeper.
Okay.
He was trying to go. The first head now, what happens after you beat the dude down? All I'm trying to explain.
He's finna go get his boys.
Exactly. He gonna get a knife. Then he gonna get a gun. Now, what I'm trying to explain is Israel thrives around commotion. World star type moments.
Chaos.
This is why Elijah, when he sat back here and brought all the 450 prophets of Baal and the fire came down and consumed the Most High's offering and not the Baal offerings, all the Israelites turned to a mob. They wiped out, they killed those 450 prophets, and then after that, what happened? Nothing happened.
Yep.
Everybody went about their own life, doing their own thing, going back to their own routines, and more than likely still idolatry and their customs. The Most High was trying to use these scenarios to show the people he was the greater power to be followed and served. But they weren't listening, and they repeatedly weren't listening. Which I'm sure, listen, when you have the rod of Aaron, which turned to a serpent, killed and swallowed all the other serpents, that's a damn problem.
That's major, bro.
Like, what the hell's happening?
I mean, my magic is low budget.
I got some low budget, but listen, and this damn stick that turned into a snake swallowed up all the other snakes in the damn party act. That should be like, damn. Even the prophets of Egypt be like, damn, maybe I'm on the wrong side of it. I'm on the wrong side here.
Wrong side.
I'm on the wrong side.
And then people are going to publish the report. People are spread that news.
That's my point. Yeah. Words getting out. But that was the intended cause of it. But even with the word going out, Israel just kind of fell into sleep again.
Like,
the only thing that really got us, Israel kind of rise up a little bit when miracles happen. The only thing that gets Israel to wake up is calamity. Right. Droughts, famine, no food, the sky's falling. Yeah. Right. Then there's Israel like, Lord, Jesus. Now we got to sing hymns. Yeah. We all got to come together. Singing Negro spirituals. Now the old country South slave spirit comes out here. We need Lord. We are Lord right now. That's tight. It's the truth. It's that glory song. Oh my Lord.
Slave time. It's hard right now.
He's like, today. He's like, tomorrow we going to war.
Yeah.
We might not come back tomorrow. It's all this doom and gloom. We need the Lord when they're facing certain death.
Yeah. Hey, Morgan Freeman played that part.
Listen, bro.
He played that part.
Listen, he sang it.
I believe it.
I was like, yes. I was doing the same I was gone with it, bro. I was in there, Anyway. You get the point, though. That's when Israel wants the Lord. With the Most High, using the prophets, he was trying to spread these miracles out and these lessons. The miracles were the lessons. Come back to the Heavenly Father. They were the lessons then. They're the lessons now.
You know, because as the left hand side do they miracles like cloud seeding,
Yeah.
and then now you got global warming,
Yep.
and then now you got the startup company. Just for example, you got a startup company right now in Mexico that's actually putting sulfur dioxide in the atmosphere without permission.
What does that do?
What is that? That blocks the sun from coming down on the earth. Basically, it darkens the sun.
What?
So they're doing this as a startup company. So they don't know the ramifications. They don't know the downside of it. They haven't even studied what that's going to do to climate, weather, animals, plant life. But they're putting sulfur dioxide right now in the atmosphere to darken the sun. They're doing that now.
That prevents photosynthesis.
Yeah, it prevents photosynthesis. Without no plant life, there's no us life.
But that's what
You know what
that's what the WEF has been pushing anyway.
Yeah.
That they're cutting down nitrogen production. They're cutting down all the production.
Cloud seeding.
Yeah, they're cutting down even all the farming. They're eliminating the farming. They're doing that already.
Yep. So the Most High got to reveal His hand to offset the fact that this society has power. As they flex their power, the Most High got to come back and hit them with a whirlwind real quick that they wasn't ready for. You know what I'm saying? As CERN starts cranking up they super colliders.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Creating portals in different atmospheres, warping time. All these things, Esau's on another level. So the Most High has to show His hand to show I got the greater power. We're in that time now.
And the problem is we sit back here and we're gonna, because we're sheep, we want to follow just the person that's in power. And whoever the person who's in power that's cutting my checks is doing, I'm gonna follow him.
That's the guy I'm gonna follow.
I'm gonna follow him because that's what Israel is tending to do.
God.
And we don't sit back here and follow all the spiritual signs that are trying to get us to wake up. So this is the dynamic back then and now to this day. Are you done with your Exodus? So now let's get back to 2 Kings chapter 6, and we got this axe that's on the bottom of the damn Jordan River by now. And then through the power of the Most High, which is listen, the Most High is still using those alchemists or alchemic principles to bring this stuff up. But who created that concept in the first place?
Right.
It was the Most High.
God.
You got to understand the whole concept of witchcraft and all those things were ways that the nations could identify some type of spiritual presence in their life.
Tap in, yeah.
Because the Most High never was in their life. So they had to tap into their spirituality from different causes. We were supposed to tap into spirituality based on Heavenly Father, and He was going to take care of the rest. All the secrets and knowledge of all the alchemic principles weren't for us to tap into.
No.
We were supposed to adhere to the Father, and He'd do all the rest. Now, all the technicalities and the cheat codes were learned by the nations.
Is it like worshiping the creature more than the creator?
Yeah. And worshiping, trying to find a way to get around from serving. All the things the nations were doing is because they never had the Most High in their life. Let me find out the secrets of life without going through the Most High. So anyway, so now this axe head, which is obviously iron, is down the bottom of the water. Elisha sits back here and throws a stick in that area. So now we're at verse 2 Kings chapter 6 and verse 6. Yes.
Reads.
Yeah.
And the man of the Most High said, "Where fell it?" And he showed him the place. And he cut down a stick and cast it in thither. And the iron did swim.
How the iron rose to the top was a miracle. Once again,
All the Most High.
it was all the
All
Most
the
High.
Most High.
But once again, it was another way, a lesson that came out and was spread across the nation. As reminders, the Most High is with you. So at least when the Most High does end up putting these people through all type of travail, it can't be said what? There wasn't a prophet around. They weren't taught. They weren't given an opportunity to learn the Most High.
Lord, I didn't have a chance. You didn't have
Everybody will know you had a choice, and you turned your back on these people that were teaching this concept.
That's now.
And that's my point.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that.
God, I know.
Like, hey.
I know. It was now too.
The disclaimer, you can't say you didn't know.
It was my passion came up. I'm like, God, I agree. We're speaking the same thing.
God.
I know, yeah. So we got that right. So let's continue in verse 7.
Verse 7. Therefore said he, "Take it up to thee." And he put out his hand and took it.
Bro, listen, Elisha was on a level, bro. When it says Elisha was double Elijah's spirit, I can't sit back here and deny that. Because when you sit back and read in verse 8,
Yeah.
what he does in verse 8 down, this is another level stuff too.
And you know it's powerful because they can't get the Titanic up out the water.
Right.
Even with all this modern day technology.
Yep.
They can't get the Titanic to float.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? They can't get that to swim.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Most High brought that down. Because that was a ship made out of pride. That's a whole other story. But that whole idea of the Titanic, it was 2 Titanic ships made. But they called it the most luxurious craft ever made on water. There was a lot of pride involved in that.
Yeah.
So the Most High had to smack that pride and sink that ship. And now they can't even get it up. They can go send divers down and some robots down, but they can't pull the Titanic up out the water. So to make metal swim, that's unheard of even in today's time.
Okay.
It's still a miracle to this day.
So what do you got though? You got something you want to say?
Not real big point.
Okay. So let's get into verse 8 now.
Verse 8. Then the king of Syria warred against Israel.
So now, listen, this back and forth with the northern kingdom of Israel and Syria was ongoing. So Syria is warring with Israel. Read on.
And took counsel with his servants, saying, in such and such a place shall be my camp.
So what they were doing is they were having war councils and war briefings in Syria, in Damascus, about whatever intel they might have about the whereabouts of the Israelites. Because in war, it's all about logistics and intel. Where are these people stationed at? Where are these camps going to be with the enemy? And how are we going to ambush them? I don't know if you heard about this, but what Russia's doing in Ukraine is they're setting up 5G towers in the vicinity of these Ukrainian strongholds. And as they're sitting back here and tapping into these 5G towers, they're able to sit back and pinpoint with deadly accuracy where their encampments are by the 5G towers. Because these men are still using cell phones. They're still using cell phone correspondence to communicate with each other. So they're sitting back here pinging the calls and the messages to find out exactly where the communication are and directly where the people are.
That's like echolocation that bats have.
Kinda, this war is on this new warfare is on another level.
And they're doing blackouts too. They're doing internet blackouts.
Yeah.
They're causing the grid to fail to give internet support. So then that forces them to use them 5G towers that Russia set up. So that's what's big right now. Yeah.
That's crazy.
So they're doing all these things, bro. So this is what's happening even back in those days. The Syrians trying to find out. They're making plans about we're going to be here. We're going to set up a camp here to besiege them. We're going to set up a camp here to corner them, right? So whatever plans are being set up and initiated, Syrians are making these plans, right? Now let's keep going.
Verse 9. And the man of the Most High sent unto the king of Israel, saying, beware that thou pass not such a place, for thither the Syrians are come down.
So Elisha is giving Jehoram, the northern king of Israel, intel about where the Syrians are about to go to ambush them. So how the hell is Elisha finding out this information? Is Elisha eating popcorn in Damascus, in Syria, Damascus, sitting back and listening to all the counsels?
Or he like Denzel, he got a man on the inside.
Yeah, inside. I got a guy, I got a Syrian guy giving me all the intel.
Yeah, I got inside.
Elisha don't have the Syrian guy, don't have no intel on any of the wartime generals in the city. So how is he sitting back here getting the information? Now, if you're going to look at it on a carnal level, what do you think witches used to do? You ever see witches on broomsticks? You ever see Bewitched back in the day?
Yeah.
Man, and she's on her broomstick. She's flying across the city at night. And the idea of witches, they would sit back here and they're flying in their broomsticks and they're traveling from one place to another. Did you know what that really was? Were they really traveling on broomsticks?
No.
Hell no. What were they doing? What were witches doing back in those days?
And like these
It's one word, 2 words. Well, one word mixing the two. Astral projection.
I was going to say
That-
transportation.
Well, the transportation was the disconnecting their body. Their body was present, but their spirit traveled somewhere. They were tapping into that level of witchcraft, which was astral projection. That's how they were able to go from one place to another place. That's how they can sit back and travel from here and be in your house.
And that's not hard to do.
Well, you be careful. Yeah, it is hard to do. But what I mean by this, listen, it's hard. It's harder than you think, because if you do it wrong,
That's what I'm saying.
that's what I'm saying. It's not easier than you think.
No.
And listen,
You can do it. You say you come back.
Well, that was what I was saying. Let's be careful. Yeah. Let me see if I can
I
place my
try to
fingers
do
in the
that, bro.
chakra position.
When I was
I'm floating.
elementary school, middle school, I used to read about it, bro. I used to try it.
That's scary. That's not good,
I didn't know it was
bro.
left hand. I just thought, oh, this is cool.
Oh yeah.
Bro,
You gonna break the silver cord out?
this white girl told
This
me.
guy's breaking silver cords out here.
There's this fine white girl I wanted to like go in her room. So I started tapping the astral projection.
There's no way this guy brought that out. This guy brought that out.
Listen,
That's
and
awesome.
it started. My body, my spirit started coming out of my body, like little by little.
Wow.
And I was like, oh my god! But I would get scared
Yeah.
because the fear pulls you back in. But
Yeah.
I talked to that white girl. I said, yeah, man, I've been thinking about trying to do this astral projection stuff. What do you think about it? She's like, I'm gonna tell you like this. She said, you can leave, but when you leave, another spirit comes back and inhabits your body. I said, that's done. Shut it down.
I've talked to a Druid guy when I was working the mall years ago,
Yeah.
and he had this weirdo vibe. I was like, yeah, man, what are you about? He said, I'm a Druid, man. I said, cool, man. So what's that about? You know, we're Druids. You know, we have our pagan beliefs, and I astral project. And I was like, whoa, tell me about that. I'm curious about that. He said, yeah, man, I've broken the silver cord, man, and I've traveled a little bit, but it takes, you have to travel, you have to practice it, you have to go a little bit and come back, a little distance, come back. And then he was being ultra real. He says, be careful though. If you go too far, you might not come back. And he walked off. Oh shit! Oh no! And he walked off. These are all, listen, true damn story, as true as his damn story, and he's 15 years old trying to travel out and across his mama's house.
I'm sorry. You open this can.
I didn't try to, I was just
I did
explaining.
it once. It's like a rope. It's like you're pulling on a rope. And I had a camera set up. I was with this white girl at the time.
Why is the reoccurring scenario always either right women? Why is it always that concept that gets Jake to want to travel and do this crazy shit? Israel got to do crazy shit with white gals, right?
I'm not
Oh my goodness.
It's like
Because you know they experiment. Right? They experiment with anything.
But I
You
had
said
to-
Madonna's hat?
I had to fight to get back, because when I got too far out of my body, it's like I started getting pulled. Instead of
It's
me
like
pulling
astronaut
myself,
stuff. Yeah.
Instead of me pulling myself, something started pulling me.
Make
It
it
started
back
yanking me.
Oh man.
It started yanking me. And I literally had to physically, in my body, I see my body, I had to flex. I had to literally fight to get back inside.
Get a Scooby-Doo back eye. Like, get
And
a Scooby-Doo back. You better get back.
then when I got back in, I saw something run in my closet.
Oh, something ran in your closet?
Something ran in my
That's
figure
why I see
ran in my
that's
closet.
it. So,
You
It
know,
disappeared. I'm not bullshitting. I'm not lying.
hey,
I'm not opening that closet for a couple days, bro. I'm taking some time off that closet. I'm not wearing no new clothes from that closet. I'm going to go get
They
some.
got government agents that do it. They got government agents that do it, and they got specific
It's real, man.
different types of powers they do, like find things. They got government agents that find stuff by sitting in a room
yeah.
remote viewers.
and finding whatever they
Use it-
nuclear
use it.
loss
Why did you start
codes
this off?
or whatever.
You open it.
But listen,
I opened this can of worms up. I was just trying to show
Astral projection, right?
everybody in TV land and in class the idea that we were on the same breath of the nations were tapping into their witchcraft. They were tapping into their Baal worship. But the Most High was showing he had the power to do this anyway. He was the original power source of it. So Elisha was sitting back here getting messages from the Most High, getting all the intel of what's going on. And he was in a place without having to be in a place. He was getting all the information and the power to sit back here and read what another person's hearing and saying, to get intel without having to physically be there. That's what the nations were doing. But Elisha had the ability to get the information and was relaying it to the northern kingdom. What was the hopes of Elisha doing this for Jehoram?
Reunite the northern and southern?
No, was to reunite Jehoram to the Most High. Say, listen, man, the Most High is giving me this information. The Most High is saving your ass. This is the Most High. I'm not in these Syrian damn meeting rooms, think tanks. So how else is this message coming to you? But by the grace and power of the Most High. So take these messages and start to cleave closer to the Most High, because He's the one looking after you.
He's the power.
Remember we read even with Ahab, the Most High gave Ahab opportunities to come back to Him before He just smashed him. He's giving Jehoram opportunities to come back to the Heavenly Father. And this is one of them. So he's taken all the intel from Syria, and he's having these Jews, don't go to this location because it's a trap. Go somewhere else, go another place. And he keeps sending Jehoram the information, so the Jews, or the northern kingdom, is one step ahead of the Syrians' planning. Okay?
I will be your power and you shall be my people.
But he's trying to convince them in in different ways. It's like the Most High is pleading with Israel. Okay, then if you don't believe me, let me show you how I'm real. Let me keep showing you through my prophets I'm real. And the crazy thing is Jehoram was wicked, but he also acknowledged the Most High was real. Right? How do we know that? Remember back in the day when it was Jehoshaphat, Jehoram, and the Edomite king? He knew the Most High was real. And he knew when to use him, but he still had a negative outlook towards him. He had a negative outlook towards his prophet and the Most High, but he knew that he needed him in certain times.
Can I say this?
So he would rely on him when he needed him, but had a negative outlook toward him at the same time. Yes?
That's like us. We'll believe in the Most High, but we'll have something that disconnects us. And that element that disconnects us defines our relationship with the Father. I know the Most High exists. I know He's a real power. But what's stopping us from bonding with the Father? What's the disconnection? Now, I don't know as far as what his issue was, but we got to think about what's our issue.
You know, when you look at the kings, a lot of the kings had the same problem. They didn't trust the Most High. And that's why the Most High had to come back and sting them. Because the Most High would deliver them out of a battle, then they'll still go back and do some left-hand stuff, some witchcraft, some sorcery, still set up their idols. So ultimately what it comes down to is trust. They didn't put their whole trust in the Most High.
And the Most High was trying to show these miracles to them to try to win them back. It's like you got a brother who's lost and doesn't understand right from wrong. You try to counsel, you try to teach him, you try to win them, so that in hopes that they would change how they look at things. This is what the Most High is doing to the leadership, because He knows as the head is, so are the who.
So the people.
That's the point. So He's trying to work the heads, because if the heads are right, it's easier to corral the people. He understood that. That's why when Hezekiah was king, Israel was in order. When Josiah was a king, Israel was in order. When David was right, Israel was right. Get the point?
That makes sense.
So, this is when the Most High kept working and trying to get these heads to change.
And it makes sense that the Most High had to go deal with the most influential people of the time, and then the Most High sat here and was dealing with the spirit of trust. Reliance. Are you gonna rely on this left-hand wisdom that you can see and feel and touch and you can control and manipulate?
And you get some kind of gratification out of it?
Yeah, you can get what you want from it at your pace without certain sacrifices. Or can you sit here and go the righteous path?
So this is what's been going on. The force of Baal was pushing versus the force of the Most High. So he was using these prophets to push and implement and enforce the serving of the Heavenly Father. So now let's keep going in 2 Kings 6.
Done.
Give me verse 9 again.
Verse 9. 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 9 reads, And the man of the Most High sent unto the king of Israel, saying, Beware that thou pass not such a place, for thither the Syrians are come down. And the king of Israel sent to the place which the man of the Most High told him, and warned him of, and saved himself there, not once nor twice.
So what's happening is the intercepting of these messages wasn't just once or twice. It was Elisha was privy to these men's work councils on multiple occasions.
That's great.
And he was sitting back here and sending counterintelligence back to Jehoram and saying, listen, don't go here because they're expecting you there. Then don't go there because they want to go here and retaliate from you. Don't go here. So he's constantly giving them counterintelligence. And Jehoram knows this is the Most High. Because Jehoram was like, how can Jehoram not know this is the Most High?
How does guy know?
Because he knows Elisha is not in these spots. He knows it. So this is the beginning of badass counterintelligence, at least for our people. So let's continue.
Verse 11. Therefore the heart of the king of Syria was sore troubled.
He was vexed. Like, man, every plan that we got is not working. They're never at the place where we expect them to be. Somebody's tipping them off. Read on.
Therefore the heart of the king of Syria was sore troubled for this thing. And he called his servants and said unto them, will ye not show me which of us is for the king of Israel?
He said, who's sitting back here snitching on us, man? There's a rat. He said, I smell a rat. He was smelling a rat, huh?
There's an informer.
He's like, there's an informer in the damn building. Close the doors. Ain't nobody leaving
this room.
Ain't nobody leaving this room. There's a snitch in here, huh?
His name was Gunner.
His name was Gunner. That was his middle name. It was Gunner. He's the only one got out of jail.
They let me off, man.
With good behavior? Really? I don't know how you gonna make new records. Like, everybody knows he sat back here in Tekashi Tama.
It's gonna be.
He Tekashi Tama. He Tekashi Tama. He like this. It was him. It was Slim Thug.
Ma'am. Yes,
It was Young Thug.
Yes, ma'am.
It was Thugger. Yes, sir. It was him. I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah.
So listen, the king Ben-Hadad is like, there's a snitch here, bro. Because somebody's getting this information out to the king of Israel. Right? Read on.
Verse 12. And one of his servants said, none, my lord, O king. But Elisha, the prophet, that is in Israel, telleth the king of Israel the words that thou speakest in thy bedchamber.
How in the hell is Elisha astral projecting himself to the bedchamber? And two, how in the hell did they find that out? How did they find it? It ain't like Elisha sitting back here telling them. How did the servant find out? Unless he was into some type of divination and some type of divination scenario to where he found out that, hey, man, Elisha's sitting back here getting intel from your crib.
Bed chamber, right?
From your bed. He found out from your crib, from your bed, what you're thinking, and what you're doing, what you plan on doing. Wow. That's powerful, That is so damn powerful. But let's keep going.
God. Verse 13. And he said, go and spy where he is, that I may send and fetch him. And it was told him, saying, behold, he is in Dothan.
So listen, they said, find out where this dude is. Let's get intel on this guy. We got to take the army directly to him. So he says he's in Dothan. And we're going to hold this and go to Josephus, book 9, chapter 4, paragraph 3. We're going to read from 3 to 3.5. Nagahai, if you can read this.
Nagaha, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Nagaha, Shah, Shabbatah, Ban Shemai 1, Ban Yasha'Allah. And much. Bro. Yahweh Hashem Yahweh
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shad Brakatham.
So, it's 9, 4, and 3.
Book 9, chapter 4, paragraph 3, page 248. Elisha also sent a hasty message to Joram and exhorted him to take care of that place, for that therein were some Syrians lying in ambush to kill him. So the king did as the prophet exhorted him, and avoided his going a-hunting. And when Ben-Hadad missed of the success of his lying in ambush,
So what Ben-Hadad was trying to do specifically wasn't necessarily go to war, out an all-out frontal attack in war. They're thinking, when sit back here, let's just do an assassination attempt on Jehoram. If we take out Jehoram, then we can sit back and put the country in flux, and they're right for the takeover. So he was sitting back here. Elisha was directly saving the king's ass. He was giving Jehoram the access to know, hey, they're gunning for you. They're sitting back here. They track your whereabouts. They've been scheming on what you do in your activities. They know you hunt on this day. They know you operate and do this on this day. Don't go here because they're going to catch you slipping. Don't go there, they're going to catch you slipping. So he was doing Jehoram. Once again, we talked about it, how the Most High was trying to plead with the heads in hope that Jehoram was like, man, listen, don't forget, Jehoram, when they were all out here in the desert and there was no water. Remember, Jehoram was ultra cynical towards the Most High? Oh, the Most High brought us out here to die of thirst. Thanks, Yahweh. That was how his mindset was. So the Most High here is trying to show him, listen, I'm not your enemy. I'm looking after you. Maybe if I look after him and I take care of him and I show him that I really care about this person living and dying, maybe Jehoram will change and repent and come back to me. That would be the thinking, don't you think? So anyway, that's what's happening. Read on.
and when Ben-Hadad missed of the success of his lying in ambush, he was wroth with his own servants, as if they had betrayed his ambushment to Joram. And he sent for them and said, they were the betrayers of his secret counsels.
And these were multiple secret counsels. Scripture said it was more than once and twice. More than once or twice. These murder plans, these ambush plans were foiled. Read on.
And he threatened that he would put them to death, since such their practice was evident, because he had entrusted this secret to none but them, and yet it was made known to his enemy. And when one that was present said that he should not mistake himself, nor suspect that they had discovered to his enemy his sending men to kill him, but that he ought to know that it was Elisha, the prophet, who discovered all to him, and had laid open all his counsels, so he gave order that they should send some to learn in what city Elisha dwelt. Accordingly, those that were sent brought word that he was in Dothan.
So we're going to let that go and now go back to 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 14. Mawala.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 6 and verse 14 reads,
Okay.
Therefore sent he thither horses and chariots and a great host. And they came by night and compassed the city about. And when the servant of the man of the Most High was risen early and gone forth, behold, an host compassed the city both with horses and chariots. And his servant said unto him at last, My master, how shall we do?
So they caught him early in the morning. They obviously had compassed that night. But when he woke up, they were all compassed. The Syrian soldiers all compassed around the camp of Elisha in Dothan. His servant woke up and was panicking and was frantic. And was like, what are we going to do? All these armies out to kill us. Read on.
Verse 16. And he answered, Fear not, for they that be with us are more than they that be with them.
The power in this chapter is out of this world. There was no panic. There was no fear. There was complete confidence that he says the powers that are with us are greater than this large army that's all around us. And but read on.
Verse 17. And Elisha prayed and said, Lord, I pray thee, open his eyes that he may see. And the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire round about Elisha.
Listen, he had armies and numbers way larger than these Syrian armies. Yes, sir.
So does this mean Elisha was walking around, always constantly being able to see this other dimension that we couldn't? He was.
I want to say that, but I can't prove that.
Okay.
What I think is, I think the Most High already let him know what was happening. The Most High foreshadowed a lot of things to him. He was able to see things way before it happened. So he was probably in a situation where he knew they was coming, and he knew the Most High was going to be there for him. What you going to say?
Remember when the woman that he gave the child to, and that child that child was sick, and that woman came to him, grabbed his feet, and he said the Most High hadn't revealed it to me yet what this woman's issue is. So he still had to depend on the Most High to get the answer.
And it wasn't always beamed in.
It wasn't always revealed to him. So that's why he ended up going back with the woman. But he said the Most High hadn't revealed it to me yet.
Yep.
So he still had to lock in and allow the Most High to reveal it to him. And just on that point, go to Daniel chapter 2, verse 19 real quick. Because that's how the Most High deal with us anyway. He has to reveal it to us. He has to reveal, what it is that people are dealing with, or at this time what Elisha was dealing with the Syrian army. Read that real quick.
Daniel chapter 2, you said verse 19?
Yes, sir.
Daniel chapter 2, verse 19 reads, Then was the secret revealed unto Daniel in a night vision.
And so how did the Most High deal with the prophets? He would reveal secrets to them when?
Night vision.
When the prophets lay down and sleep, and say the same thing in Job chapter 33. The Most High reveals secret things in people's sleep. And when he's dealing with the prophets, he'll come in while they're asleep. He'll channel the message to them because the message is uninterrupted. And then they'll be able to understand what it is that the Most High's plan is for the rest of that time frame. Read on.
Come. Then Daniel blessed the Most High of heaven.
Then they gave his praise. Read.
Daniel answered and said, Blessed be the name of the Most High forever and ever.
Read.
For wisdom and might are his.
Go ahead.
And his changeth.
And he changeth.
And he changeth the times and the seasons.
They said the Most High changed the times. He changed the seasons. What else?
He removeth kings.
He takes kings down. Go ahead.
He setteth up kings.
Read on.
He giveth wisdom unto the wise.
He said the Most High gives wisdom unto the wise. Go ahead.
And knowledge to them that know understanding.
Read on.
He revealeth the deep and secret things.
It's the Most High that reveals what?
The deep and secret things.
The Most High will reveal the deep and the secret things. The Most High was sitting in on them councils of the Syrians, and then reporting it back to Elisha. And Elisha was bringing it back to Jeroboam. Go ahead.
He knoweth what is in the darkness.
Go ahead.
And the light dwelleth with him.
Go ahead. Read that last verse.
I thank thee and praise thee, O thou the Most High of my fathers, who has given me wisdom and might, and has made known unto me now what we desire of thee. For thou hast now made known unto us the king's matters.
And just like Daniel was understanding Nebuchadnezzar's secrets and his dreams, same thing with Elisha. He understood the Syrian king's matters. But the Most High was the one that was giving him that vision and allowing him to see that. Even for him to see that the angels was all around the mountain and surrounding the Syrian army. But the young man didn't know that because the young man wasn't tapped into the Most High like that at the time.
No doubt. Okay, so let's continue.
2 Kings chapter 6 and verse 18 reads, And when they came down to him.
And also when you read this right here at 17, when Esau got his he got his $1 billion jets. And his $1 billion jets have they have an attribute called stealth mode. You know what I'm saying? Where they can't be detected by radar. They can't be detected by weapon systems. They can't be detected by sonar. You know, that's what Esau called stealth mode. Well, the Most High got stealth mode too. The Most High got his ability to put his angels in position where Esau's army don't see, or the nation's army don't see. You know what I'm saying? They sitting right there surrounding you, and you don't even know they're there. Just like Esau got his stealth mode, well, the Most High got his stealth mode too. You know what I'm saying? He'll put them angels right next to you. You don't even know they're there. You know what I'm saying? Read on.
Come. And when they came down to him, Elisha prayed unto the Lord and said, Smite this people, I pray thee, with blindness, And he smote them with blindness.
First of all, what it also showed you is Elisha's temperament was way different than Elijah's temperament. If Elijah was in a situation, what do you think Elijah would have did?
Killed them all.
He would have said, "There's a send fire from heaven and burn these cats up." You're going to see there was a significant difference in temperament of these men, and it kind of lets you know why the Most High was able to do much more with Elisha because of that temperament. So listen, he said, man, smite these guys with blindness. But even look how the Most High set this up. He sits back here and he's going to listen and hear to Elisha's prayer, and he's going to blind all these men and soldiers. So let's continue.
And he smote them with blindness according to the word of Elisha.
Mm-hmm.
And Elisha said unto them,
The power Elisha rode in was out of this world. Huh? Elijah was powerful because he was the first to roll like this. But Elisha really was double Elijah in his works and the caliber and the things he did. So let's keep going.
And Elisha said unto them, This is not the way, neither is this the city. Follow me, and I will bring you to the man whom ye seek.
So what were they going to do? They couldn't see none anyway. So what are they going to follow somebody? Can you imagine the panic in these soldiers at? The panic and fear?
Desperation.
And the desperation? You're like, I'll show you where you need to go. Because they're like, hopefully, if we get to this spiritual man, he can sit back and take this damn eye demon I got off me right now. Huh? Let's keep going, huh? Read on.
But he led them to Samaria.
He led them right to the capital city of Israel. Right? He walked them right to the heart of the beast. And you're going to read, he walks them right into the gates, surrounded.
Ambushed.
Listen, he really ambushed them. And they really could have sat back and messed them up. Well, let's keep going.
Verse 20. And it came to pass, when they were coming to Samaria, that Elisha said, Lord, open the eyes of these men, that they may see. And the Lord opened their eyes, and they saw. And behold, they were in the midst of Samaria.
So they were freaking out. They're trapped, they're encircled, they're inside the camp, and they're all discombobulated.
This is what you're looking for.
This is what you want? This is what you wanted, huh? You want to go to war with the Jews, huh? Well, here you is. We're right here. Let's keep reading.
Bad time to open your eyes.
I know, bad time. All these guys are just ready to get you, huh? Ready to poke you.
Yeah.
Let's keep reading.
Verse 21.
You're going to play blind again. I can't see.
That's better than sitting back here and damn dealing with the damn water's about to hit you.
Yeah.
Let's keep going, huh?
21. And the king of Israel said unto Elisha,
Crazy.
when he saw them, my father.
Hold on now.
Right.
Now Jehoram was like, Faja, my Faja, my Faja. Now it's daddy. Now it's father. Now Jehoram's like the obedient guy. It's crazy how people are obedient when they need you. But when they don't need you, then it's back to their old guys and their old ways. So Jehoram was like, Father Elisha, Father, Master, you have saved me from them. Now you've delivered them to me.
Right.
What shall we do now, Master?
Yeah.
Read on. Shall I smite them? So now he's like, can we kill them now? That's what you brought them here for, right? To kill them, right? Read on.
And the king of Israel said unto Elisha, when he saw them, my father, shall I smite them? Shall I smite them?
He was this. Why you had to ask him twice?
We want to do
I think you really want to do. You're like, can I get him? Can we get him now? Please, pretty please.
Some Joab spirits.
I just want to deal with him just a little bit. I just want to talk to him. I just want to have a conversation with him. Right? No, you want more than that, B. Read on.
Verse 22. And he answered, thou shalt not smite them.
So once again, Elisha didn't have the same mindset that Elijah had. He was like, no, it's not about sitting back here and destroying them. It's about trying to show them. It's just as powerful to show them that we could destroy you, but we choose not to destroy you. That's a greater psychological mind screw for Ben-Hadad. you're going to sit back and see at the end that Ben-Hadad was all in his head over all the countless times the Most High kept checkmating them. The Most High is checkmating Ben-Hadad the whole time.
Like, you might as well let this go, man.
But that's the point. Listen, what he does, Ben-Hadad tries one more time to do it, but he's checkmating the whole way. Yeah. So that I don't got to sit back here and wipe you out. To sit back here and check you. If you truly trust the Most High. So let's like, no, don't kill them. Treat these men with respect. It showed that Elijah, Elisha were different. Their temperament was different, and how they looked at things was different. Elijah sat back here and was wiping out 50 captains of 50 like this, pow. The next captain of 50, pow. And the third was like, listen,
the Most High,
I'm not here to get into war with you. I beseech you, can you please come with me? Because I'm following orders. He said, all right, you were respectful. The other guys didn't talk to me nice, so they died. And that was their ashes right there.
He says
this is real, this is damn real.
With the armor out, all that armor.
Everything's fire and ashes. You had to buy this.
Yeah. And you know they knew that. I was like, man, I used to know that, bro.
I know, bro. Golly, bro. So Elisha was like, listen, we don't got to kill them. We know they're our enemies. We're going to entreat them with respect. Read on.
Come. 22 from the top. And he answered, thou shalt not smite them. Wouldest thou smite those whom thou hast taken captive with thy sword and with thy bow?
He says, wouldest thou smite those whom thou hast taken captive with thy sword and with thy bow? He says, these guys are captives. They're not fighting. They're captives. They're broken already. You already won.
POWs.
Their POWs. Have some respect.
Right.
Don't operate like Ukraine. When you ever seen the pictures of Ukraine? When Ukraine sits back here and they get Russian soldiers, they kill them on sight. Mm-hmm. The Ukrainians are like, when they're surrounded, they're begging the Ukrainian leaders to go to Russia or to be POW. They're begging the Ukrainian guys to say, man, can we just sit back and go to Russia? At least we'll get fed and for POWs. At least we'll get fed and clothed out. They said when the Russians took over Soledar like a couple days ago, they were taking guys out of these salt mines. They still had summer clothes on out. They had summer clothes on, and it's flipping minus 10, 15 degrees out there in Ukraine right now. And they're in summer army gear, bro. They barely have enough to eat. So, hey, listen, man, let me go to Russia. I'll be a POW. Who cares? He's like get 3 hots in the cot. I'd rather be in jail and be warm and get some food than be out here Slava Ukraine, freezing like a mug of frostbite. I have to get my feet and hands amputated. Listen, point is, he's saying operating in civility is the way to go. Even with your enemies. Okay? Read on.
God. Set bread and water before them, that they may eat and drink, and go to their master.
So they're going to feed them, take care of them, be hospitable, and then send them back. Wow. And they're going to tell, you know why? Because now, if you remove the violence from the situation, now all a person has is the what? Is the lesson. It's the spiritual lesson.
That's a great point. That's a great point you just made.
Huh?
Because that's what we tell brothers to when they dealing with ribs.
Mm-hmm.
Remove the violence,
yes.
bro. So then that way the message can sink in.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? If there's a physical situation,
yep.
altercation,
yep.
take that away. Because as long as that violence is there, a person is not going to attribute what you're saying. It's not going to mean anything.
It's not going to be spiritual anymore.
Nope.
And this is what Elisha's saying. Listen, let them eat. Let them know that we treat them with respect. But if the Most High blinded them, this was all the Most High's work. When you sit back and look at violence, you start whipping ass, and then they say, oh man, the Jews was fighting us, they kicked our ass, and this, and I was the only person to talk about it. Only person left to drop their information to. This way it's them. They treat us with respect. We were blind. Elisha walked us in. They fed us and they sent us out. This was true of the Most High. This is true of the Heavenly Father's work. Ben-Hadad. Now what are you going to do with it?
Yep. You just want to show this that didn't change. That civility didn't change. Go to Acts chapter 13, verse 11, real quick. That civility didn't change in the New Testament either. Even though men were obviously against the apostles, but they still had that same civility. Go to Acts chapter 13, verse 11.
Come.
Start at verse 10.
Come. Acts chapter 13 and verse 10 reads.
Matter of fact, verse 8 real quick. Just read that.
Verse 8 reads, but Elymas, the sorcerer,
Go ahead.
for so is his name.
He was a what?
Sorcerer.
He was a sorcerer. Go ahead.
For so is his name by interpretation.
Go ahead.
Withstood them, seeking to turn away the deputy from the faith.
Go ahead.
Then Saul, who also is called Paul, filled with the Holy Spirit, set his eyes on him.
So Paul just stared at Elymas, the sorcerer, and he said what?
And said, O full of all subtlety and all mischief, thou child of the devil.
He called him the child of the devil. He said, you know what, Elymas, you're the child of the devil, man. But go ahead.
Thou enemy of all righteousness, wilt thou not cease to pervert the right ways of the Lord? And now behold, the hand of the Lord is upon thee.
He said, now the Most High is on you. Read on.
And thou shalt be blind,
For how long?
not seeing the sun for a season.
He said, not seeing the sun forever?
For a season.
For a season. Showing that Paul put a temporary blindness on Elymas, the sorcerer. He could have blinded him on a permanent level. He could have said, you know what, you child of the devil, I'm going to blind you for the rest of your life. But you know what he said? I'm going to blind you you ain't going to see the sun for a season. That means you're going to miss all summer. You're going to miss summer and spring. You're going to see again when it get cold out. When it's cold.
When it gets chilly out.
When it get dark at 6:30. Yeah, when it's 6:30, it's dark already. You know what I'm saying? I catch you in the fall time when
the clocks go back, right?
Yeah, daylight savings time. You know what I'm saying? So I see you next season. So that's still mercy though.
Yep.
That's still mercy. That's still, go ahead, read on.
And immediately there fell on him a mist.
He said, I don't know what kind of mist fall on a man's eyes.
That's crazy. Yeah.
There were some sprinkles that came on his face. He said a mist fell on him. Read on.
And a darkness.
And
that's horrible, bro.
After that mist came that darkness. Go ahead.
And he went about seeking some to lead him by the hand.
And he went begging for somebody to take him by the hand and lead him. Begging for somebody to guide him. So just like Paul had the same opportunity, he could have blinded that man for a permanent level, but he chose not to. That is civility, because you're gonna learn the lesson.
Yep.
The Most High strike men down temporarily so they can come back and repent, reconsider what you're doing.
Yep.
You let that go.
No doubt, no doubt. So this was the lesson. This is why, and this was really the reason why Elisha was double Elijah's spirit. His temperament, his understanding was more inclined like Christ's was. It wasn't about just destroying people and killing people and burning guys up. That was where the difference in caliber man was. And because his temperament was greater, he was able to do things on a larger scale because of it too. Okay? Because it wasn't about just destroying people. Because it was about the lesson.
Let me show you that Elijah didn't have a lot of patience for people.
He didn't, bro.
He didn't have no patience
at all. Listen, he did great works, but he had no patience. And if people didn't sit back and change and just appreciate automatically, he was going to cut them off. So, you can have all the power in the world, but we still have to learn that temperance and that patience and that mercy so we can be more Christ-like. But it also shows, if you look deep enough, there's a lot of New Testament principles in the Old Testament. The Old Testament is not just the first time brotherhood and kindness and mercy was provided. Christ was sitting back here and using a lot of the lessons from these great men to continue to inspire and teach others in the New Testament. Where did he get it from?
He kept saying, as it is written.
Where did he get this doctrine from? It wasn't the doctrine wasn't there. It was people weren't keyed in on that. People weren't keyed into that understanding. They were only focused on the fire and brimstone. But men like David, Elisha, they were all around there. Moses, his meekness. These were the lessons you would learn. And don't forget, these are the lessons you learn that will be implemented later on in the scriptures. Anyway, So we're at verse 23, I think. So he's like, listen, feed them, take care of them, take care of these POWs, and send them off. Verse 23.
Come. And he prayed great provision.
Nope, he prepared.
And he prepared great provision for them. And when they had eaten and drunk, he sent them away. And they went to their masters. So the bands of Syria came no more into the land of Israel.
Now those bands, if I'm not mistaken, they were like mercenaries. But we'll go into that in a second.
And the Wagner group?
the Wagner group,
Yeah.
yes. Those mercenaries, those some dog-damn fighters out. Them Wagner group is real, bro. But let's go now to the Josephus. I think we're in the half part of it. 3.5 to the end.
Line 54.
Yeah, let's do that. Wagner group. Those boys are legit. They are not softies, out.
Book 9, chapter 4, paragraph 3, line 54.
Mm-hmm.
Accordingly, those that were sent brought word that he was in Dothan. Wherefore Ben-Hadad sent to that city a great army with horses and chariots.
1 second. Y'all brothers, head out. We'll keep going.
Ben-Hadad sent to that city a great army with horses and chariots to take Elisha. So they encompassed the city round about by night and kept him therein confined. But when the prophet's servant in the morning perceived this, and that his enemies sought to take Elisha, he came running and crying out after a disordered manner to him, and told him of it. But he encouraged him and bade him not to be afraid and to despise the enemy, and trust in the assistance of the Most High, and was himself without fear.
He said, don't even despise the enemy at this point. Don't panic and don't come off hating and being angry at the enemy, because the Most High is with us. Read on.
And he besought the Most High to make manifest to his servant his power and presence, so far as was possible, in order to the inspiring him with hope and courage. Accordingly, the Most High heard the prayer of the prophet, and made the servant see a multitude of chariots and horses encompassing Elisha, till he laid aside his fear, and his courage revived at the sight of what he supposed was come to their assistance. After this, Elisha did farther entreat the Most High.
Because even the funny thing is, when that servant saw all these chariots, what did you think was going to happen? What did you think he thought was going to happen?
They're going to kill him.
They're going to kill them all, and everything's going to be okay. And the most are going to miraculously save us by killing these people. But just because he showed them there, that was just a reminder that the Most High is protecting us. But you don't got to use that violent approach to get the message to go through. Read on.
Line 56. After this, Elisha did farther entreat the Most High that he would dim the eyes of their enemies and cast a mist before them, whereby they might not discern him. When this was done, he went into the midst of his enemies and asked them who it was they came to seek.
So listen, he created the mist initially so that he was a foggy presence to come in, then he blinded them. Okay, read on.
And when they replied, the prophet Elisha, he promised he would deliver him to them if they would follow him to the city where he was. So these men were so darkened by the Most High in their sight and in their mind that they followed him very diligently.
He said he darkened their mind. He gave some, Most High gave him some Jedi mind trick.
Yeah.
We're here to get Prophet Elisha. Follow me and I'll take you there.
Yeah.
Yes, we're going to follow you and you're going to take us there.
Yeah.
That's some Jedi mind trick stuff, right? You know, he was always in the stormtrooper. They were so easy to like manipulate that. Anyway, but let's continue.
That they followed him very diligently. And when Elisha had brought them to Samaria, he ordered Joram the king to shut the gates and to place his own army round about them.
Exactly. So now he surrounded them with the army. That part wasn't really expoundable, but you kind of put two and two together that was the case. Read on.
And prayed to the Most High to clear the eyes of these their enemies and take the mist from before them. Accordingly, when they were freed from the obscurity they had been in, they saw themselves in the midst of their enemies. And as the Syrians were strangely amazed and distressed, as was but reasonable, at an action so divine and surprising, and as King Joram asked the prophet if he would give him leave to shoot at them, Elisha forbade him so to do.
I want to shoot that. Listen, we get archers!
Let me shoot that boy.
Let's keep going. Where my shooters at? All the top of the damn
Tower.
The tower. Yeah. But let's keep going.
Elisha forbade him so to do, and said that it is just to kill those that are taken in battle. Excuse me. That it is just to kill those that are taken in battle.
Mm-hmm.
But that these men had done the country no harm, but without knowing it, were come thither by the divine power.
The Most High brought them here for a lesson. This is a spiritual lesson, and if it was wartime, then cool. But they just sit back here. It's not their fault here. So send them back so the message can be re-brought back to Ben-Hadad.
And sometimes establishing that's more important than the carnal shedding of blood.
Yeah, or the gratification of getting some payback.
Yeah, because that's for them.
Yeah.
That would be a selfish act.
Yeah.
That gratifies them.
Yeah. The angry person.
The angry person, it gratifies the wrath of a man. But really, it's about, is the Most High going to get His glory?
Yeah.
We want to put our feelings and our sentiments over the glory of the Most High. The Most High's at war with that. He's really is at war with that.
Mm-hmm. So let's continue.
Line 59. So that his counsel was to treat them in a hospitable manner at his table, and then send them away without hurting them. Wherefore Joram obeyed the prophet, and when he had feasted the Syrians in a splendid and magnificent manner, he let them go to Ben-Hadad their king.
Now keep going.
Now when these men were come back, and had showed Ben-Hadad how strange an accident had befallen them, and what an appearance and power they had experienced of the power of Israel.
So once again, that was the point. Was to get Ben-Hadad to see the Most High, the power of Israel, was real. And that this wasn't about the hostilities and the beef between Israel and Syria. This was the majesty and power of the Most High in action. That was the reason for doing it this way. Read on. He wondered.
He wondered at him, as also at that prophet with whom the Most High was so evidently present.
He's tripping like, man, the Most High's with this dude. He's with him. He didn't kill our guys. He had us like that. He brought him to Samaria and they fed him. And they sent him back out there. The Most High's on their side. He's really on Elisha's side. He's wondering like that. What do I got to really think about how I proceed with this guy.
You lost option. Did you lose an option?
He's like, but it's great. He's going to double down. But the fact that the Most High is shaking him, he's like, bro, this Israel campaign ain't working like I thought it was going to be.
It's a mental war.
Yeah, he's attacking his confidence, attacking his heart. Now, most men, they harden their heart and they try to come with a better plan. Because initially, they were trying to take out the head.
Yep.
They were doing ambushes and sneak attacks and covert actions. That plan, Ben-Hadad's realizing that covert action stuff isn't working. That my black ops stuff isn't working. My psyops aren't working.
Yeah, right.
Psyops aren't working. So how am I going to do this? Read on. And the Most High is with them. Read on.
That's also at that prophet with whom the Most High was so evidently present. So he determined to make no more secret attempts upon the king of Israel.
Yeah, you can't.
Out of fear of Elisha.
So I can't do any psyops no more. I can't do any special ops. I can't send my Green Berets in here and take out the head. I got to stop that train of thinking. But hold on. We're not going to but we're going to hold off on that. He stopped with the psyops missions. Now we're going to go back in the scriptures now. Give me verse 24.
2 Kings chapter 6 verse 24. And it came to pass after this that Ben-Hadad king of Syria gathered all his hosts and went up and besieged Samaria.
So he says, I'm not going to sit back and do sideways attacks. I'm going to punch them right in the mouth. I'm not going to play games with this no more. I'm going to sit back and besiege it, and that means I'm going to go to your city, surround it, and wait you out. It means you got to bring provision, food, water, materials, and we're going to sit back and block off all your supply lines, and whatever you got in there is all you damn got. and we're going to sit back and force you to give in, or we're going to sit back here. You're going to be so weakened that when you're beyond ability to fight, then we're going to take you over. Okay, so that's what's going on. That was Ben-Hadad's next thought. Let's go back to the Josephus real quick and read that part if we can.
But resolved to make. Oh, well, I just started.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Well, so he determined to make no more secret attempts upon the king of Israel, out of fear of Elisha, but resolved to make open war with him, as supposing he could be too hard for his enemies by the multitude of his army and power.
He said, man, my numbers is too great. My right hand is devastating. My right hand is devastating. My what do you call those things?
I'm impetuous.
I'm impetuous.
Oh,
but
impregnable.
I'm impregnable. My defense is impregnable. He's going over all those Mike Tyson pride comments. This is what Ben-Hadad is saying. I got more numbers than you. My power is unexplainable. You know, I'm sitting right here in the circle. You're not going to beat me. He said, I'm not going to do this psyop crap. I'm going to punch you right in the mouth. All right? So this is where he said it would be ludicrous. It's ludicrous. Was that right? Does anybody remember how he said it? What did he say? It came out and it was ignorant and awesome at the same time. I'm a ferocious. I'm gonna eat your kids. I'm like, what?
Yeah, he made it all.
He said some worse things than that.
I know he did. My defense is impregnable. I'm like, okay, I guess, man.
My storm is impetuous.
Yeah, I'm impetuous. It's impetuous. But anyway, let's keep going
A
now.
couple of words.
Yeah.
That particular one.
Yeah. It's hilarious. This guy's playing it. That's enough, but we're good. We don't need that.
He's gonna go all. He's gonna go.
We don't need to do it, man. We got. I think
He had a moment out. He's gonna destroy this dude out.
Let's keep going, At.
Line 61. So he made an expedition with So he made an expedition with a great army against Joram, who, not thinking himself a match for him, shut himself up in Samaria.
And Joram was like, I can't beat this guy, so we're going to close up our country and just wait it out. Read on.
And dependent on the strength of its walls. But Ben-Hadad supposed he should take the city, if not by his engines of war, yet that he should overcome the Samaritans by famine and the want of necessaries, and brought his army upon them, and besieged the city. And the plenty of necessaries was brought so low with Joram, that from the extremity of want, an ass's head was sold in Samaria for 80 pieces of silver.
Now listen, when it says an ass's head, that's gross. But what it said is, it was so severe that one donkey's head, one of the least nourishing and most repulsive parts of this animal, unclean to the Israelites, became a highly valued commodity, selling for 80 shekels or 2 pounds of silver. So an abominable animal, the head of it, which is the worst part of it, was going for $80 on the black market. And this they were eating abominable food.
Donkey head soup, man.
That's the worst.
That's gross.
That's not no delicacy.
That's garbage, bro.
Worse. The butt of the head. I mean.
Listen, it's all bad. I'm gonna say this: you can shave off. You can get the muscle out and be all right. That head, ain't nothing there in the head.
Donkey enchiladas.
And there's nothing on the head. You gotta take the eyeballs out and just soak it in some water.
Yeah.
Oh, it's brutal. But and then it says, read on. Oh, I'm gonna read on. And it says approximately a half pint of seed pods, normally considered animal fodder, costs 5 shekels or 2 ounces of silver.
The animal food.
No.
Yeah. Now the scripture gives a different account.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. The scripture says a cab of dung, dove's dung.
Yeah.
Bird poop.
Bird poop.
Yeah.
And they say, I guess that was animal fodder. Listen, I'm gonna go with the scripture because that connection didn't make sense to me. But let's go in the Bible real quick, and then we'll go back into Josephus. So give me verse 25 in 2 Kings.
Verse 25. 2 Kings 6 and 25. And there was a great famine in Samaria, And behold, they besieged it, until an ass's head was sold for 80 pieces of silver, and the fourth part of a cab of dove's dung for 5 pieces of silver.
They was eating dove poop out. I guess maybe there were seeds there because they was eating a bunch of seeds and stuff. And they was getting the seeds or the poop that was seeds or poop seeds. I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. It was bad out, and they was reduced to the very minimal living.
It's like they didn't have the strength to even catch the
God. So now we're there, and that was even an abomination. Eat dove. Point is, that's what happens when you besiege a city. You starve them out. There's a famine. There's nothing to eat. Everybody is desperate. Read on.
26. And as the king of Israel was passing by upon the wall, there cried a woman unto him, saying, Help, my lord, O king.
Now listen. They says that Jehoram was passing on the wall. We need to go into Josephus to explain why he was passing on the wall.
It says a cab. Just when it says a cab of dove's dung, a cab is 1.5 pounds.
Wow, 1.5 pounds.
Yeah.
A shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, like a quarter pound.
They put it in
1.5
plates, I
pounds.
guess.
A cab by measurement. It's a weight of measurement.
Like
A quarter pound of crap.
Now it's a pound and a half.
No,
Yeah.
Or okay, a pound
3
and a half.
half-pound patties.
Like, how do you want this?
So you making a burger out of this shit, man? You making a shit burger out of it?
It's like 6 hamburgers worth
Dung
of crap.
cakes.
6 quarter pounders worth of doves.
And like hamburger patty doing
Yeah,
like this.
About 3 Whoppers. That's about three Whoppers.
That's a shopper. Right? That's not a Whopper, it's a shopper. Or a shipper. It's a shipper. 6 shippers coming out.
Right now.
Man, it's gross.
Give me the dove.
You gotta throw some flavor on it, make it better.
I'm so hungry I can eat dove's crap.
That's bad.
hungry.
It said for 5 pieces of silver too.
That was real money. That was a delicacy. That's high end.
Now, how much silver was that? You said 5
It
pieces?
said 5 pieces of silver.
That's real money.
Yeah.
That's sickness too.
I know.
Doggy and bird.
Bro, that's all bad. It's all bad.
Sickness.
You hungry? You hungry?
Listen,
bro.
what happens next is even worse. But let's keep reading Josephus real quick because I want to bring out a point about Joram.
End of line 62. I just read 62 again.
Yeah, that's fine.
And the plenty of necessaries was brought so low with Joram that from the extremity of want, an ass's head was sold in Samaria for 80 pieces of silver, and the Hebrews brought a sextary of dove's dung instead of salt for 5 pieces of silver.
You know?
Now Joram was in fear, lest somebody should betray the city to the enemy.
So he was afraid somebody's going to snitch and get weak. So he's patrolling the walls. He's patrolling the wall because he thought somebody was going to get weak and open the door, open the gates. He said, come in here, man. Just give me some bread. Give me some flour when you come in. He was afraid of somebody breaking and caving. So he was patrolling the walls. Read on.
By reason of the famine and want every day.
And went.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yours says what? Okay, mine because
And
ours.
went.
That's
Yeah, I
it.
got it. And went every day round the walls and the guards to see whether any such were concealed among them.
So he's patrolling the walls to make sure nobody lets him in, because he knows people are vulnerable. These guys are gonna open this damn gate any damn day. I gotta make sure they don't do it. So every day he's patrolling to make sure everybody holds their ground, even though everybody's suffering. Okay, and he'd rather do that and be diligent in patrolling walls than pray to the Most High. You're gonna see his outlook towards the Most High. It's jacked. This guy is a bad guy. But hold that. Then we sit back here and go back in the scriptures.
Okay. Verse 26.
So verse 26, yes, sir.
2 Kings 6 and 26. And as the king of Israel was passing by upon the wall.
Now we know why he was passing behind the wall. He was making sure nobody was opening the gates and caving in. Read on.
There cried a woman unto him, saying, Help my lord, O king. And he said, If the Most High do not help thee, whence shall I help thee?
He said, if the Lord isn't. So he was conscious of the Heavenly Father, but there's no prayers. He said, if the Most High ain't feeding me, how's he going to feed you? Ain't nobody getting covered right now. How much help can I give you when we all in the same boat? And like, I got bread in the crib chilling. He said, we all struggling. Read on.
out of the barn floor, or out of the winepress? And the king said unto her, What aileth thee?
He says, listen, there's nothing in the barns. There's nothing in our storage. There's no wine. Ain't no drink. Ain't nothing. Read on.
And she answered, This woman said unto me, Give thy son, that we may eat him
There you
today.
go. Now that's getting real bad, bro.
That's
Getting
what this
really
is
bad.
worse. Like, now we eating babies. Like.
How long was this time?
The procedures take months sometimes.
Oh, that's right.
They're besieging
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Remember when David sat back and they were besieging Syria?
Yeah.
And David was chilling in his robes out, in his silk robes out. and Joab, when they were out there besieging the city, and they would wait till the springtime. Because they didn't want to besiege in the cold in the fall. So they start in the spring, so they have 10 months to go before they break. So whatever it started getting to the point wherever their rations were failing, now that Israel was breaking to this point.
You got 10 months.
Remember, the class is about Israel spiraling out of control. And now the Most High is starting to sit back here and sting Israel, and the punishments are more severe. And now it's not just the Most High is just saving them quickly. It's not just a
He's
quick
not
save.
that parent that just saves their baby.
Not at this point. Because there was other times where Israel was pushed to the brink and he was saving. Now there's something to feel real loss. Then he comes and saves them. You see how he gradually works you until there's no more saving?
But keep in mind, this is the northern kingdom, and this is Samaria, the capital city.
Yeah.
And so northern kingdom was attached to Baal. They were attached to deities and gods and paganistic worship. So the Most High had to bleed them out in order for them to finally get desperate to give up their gods.
And all I'm trying to say is,
you're right.
But that's the point. He was systematically making the conditions worse and worse and worse.
The Most High is a tactician, and it goes back to
He was switching leaders, switching kings. Then they would have situations where the Syrians were going to come take him out. They lose. They never got to it where they were sitting back here and they were all besieged and their backs are against the wall and they're about to die.
But it shows the Most High will hit us at different angles to try to get the same result from us, the same outcome from us. He'll hit us different ways. It also shows that, yes, the Most High is a tactician. Yes, the Most High is trying to get rid of these idols in our people. But it shows the stubbornness of our nation. It takes this long for the lesson to stick.
Because he's ramping up the lesson. All I'm saying is he's ramping up the seriousness of the promise.
It's the class that you dropped on Monday where you say you have fear.
Yep.
Then you have dread. Then you have fright.
No. Fright's last. It was terror.
Terror.
Fear, dread, terror, then fright.
Yeah.
Fright's when you lose it all. Now they're in dread and terror.
Yeah. It's
where things is
increasing.
getting worse.
The Most High doesn't change.
That's it. So now they're in damn dread or terror.
Yeah.
There's no food. Now this woman. Now you got the Israelite hustlers. One mama says, "Listen, you kill your baby today, and I'll kill mine tomorrow."
Yeah.
But the crazy thing is, he said it, but she didn't. The baby got hid. So now she hustled her.
She got fed.
She got some food in her belly.
Yeah.
And then she bounced out and she couldn't find the kid. And she's like, "You killed your kid." And this all hustle shit. If that ain't black folks, I don't know who is. Now, those are black Negro problems. I hustled you.
You know, and also, you got a lot of black people that read the Bible and they read this particular point, and they say that the Bible can't be real because there's cannibalism in the Bible.
That's true.
But they don't read the stories to understand, and they don't understand it in context that the Most High is forcing them to get to this level so that they can come back and depend on Him. They don't see the big picture. People would just pick up the Bible and say, "Oh man, I read somebody eating their kids. How could y'all believe in a God like that?" You know what I'm saying? Well,
the Most High didn't do that.
Exactly.
Most High didn't eat the kids.
Exactly. He didn't require child sacrifice either.
And that same guy talking that message is in Florida going to court for abusing young spirits.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about the humanity of the Most High. What about your humanity?
Yep.
Anyway, man, let's keep going.
And he obviously don't know the Lord, because Lord will do some very awful things to you if you mess up.
He's the king of terror.
God, he's the king of terror. But my thing is, he didn't do it. Israel did it. Israel could have just sat back and died. Remember that woman from Tyre? You know what she said? She said, "Listen, I only have enough to make one meal for me and my son, and then I'm gonna die." That was the thought. She didn't sit back and say, yeah, I'm going to sit back and do this, and I'm going to not eat. I'm going to sit back and kill my child. That wasn't an option. He just said, let me cook this meal, and then I'm going to finish up and be done with our life. She took the honorable way and just died versus killing babies. Why was that an option?
Desperate times.
Desperate times cause for carnal people to make carnal moves.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And she was carnal anyway. And she got hustled by a more carnaler person.
Listen, it's survival. That's what she's thinking.
But then she got hustled. So anyway, this woman approaches the king who's on patrol because he thinks somebody's going to break in cave and open up the doors and the gates. Read on.
2 Kings 6:28. And the king said unto her, What aileth thee? And she answered, This woman said unto me, Give thy son, that we may eat him today, and we will eat my son tomorrow. Wow.
That's horrible, bro.
So we boiled my son.
That's horrible. They killed this baby.
The whole process was bad. Had to be a very bad process.
I know. Read on.
So we boiled my son, and did eat him. And I said unto her the next day, Give thy son, that we may eat him. And she hath hid her son.
First of all, there's no remorse about the fact that you flame boiled your son. Where's the sadness to the fact that I killed my son?
I'm still hungry.
All she's saying is, I didn't get a chance to eat her baby. That's what she's angry about. There's no regret about her killing the baby. That's not what the regret is. The regret is the fact that I didn't get a chance to get the second meal. Right. It was supposed to be a second meal today. So how come I can't sit back here and enjoy this second meal? Okay. That's how dejected we were. Read on. Let's keep going.
Verse 30. And it came to pass when the king heard the words of the woman, that he rent his clothes, and he passed by upon the wall. And the people looked, and behold, he had sackcloth within upon his flesh.
So Jeroboam had a heart at least. He felt bad that Israel had broken down and diminished that much. He's like, man, this chick is complaining about the fact that she didn't get seconds. Ain't even about the fact that I lost my child. He's like, how far have we broken down to where we're eating children now? Well, let's keep going. But this was curses in Deuteronomy. This is going to happen countless times. How we was going to get broken down to this? Let's keep going.
Verse 31. Then he said, The Most High do so and more also to me, if the head of Elisha the son of Shaphat shall stand on him this day.
And here goes Elisha again being negative. He said the same's going to happen to me if by the end of the day Elisha's not dead.
This is who being negative?
No,
this is Jeroboam. What did I say?
Elisha.
I'm sorry. This was Jeroboam saying the king of Israel said, man, you know what, man? That he says either I'm gonna die. He says I'm gonna die by the day if I don't take out Elisha, man, because it's all Elisha's fault. Now, one chapter ago, he said Elisha, Faja, Elisha, Abba. But now he's sitting back here saying, you know what? This guy got to die. Because, you know, in his hand, he's like, if you got this power, why can't you sit back here and pray to take this famine off of us? That's how carnal he's thinking. That's how negative he is right now. He's like, man, you should sit back here and pray off this famine with the power that you have. Not realizing the power lied with the Most High, not with the man. So he's like, since you're not going to pray to the Lord and take this off of me, then I'm going to sit back here and kill you. That's how a carnal man thinks. Once again, most carnal men, when things don't go their way, it's the Most High's fault.
Right.
It's never him. Not once did he say, man, I got to pray to the Most High and repent. That's all he was waiting for. Yeah. Can I repent for my conduct? And these women were killing their children because of my actions. Not Elisha's action. What did Elisha do? It was the Baal worship. And Elisha kept telling them. They didn't want to see it.
That's a distorted viewpoint.
Yeah. How most people, they hold on to their narrative and they can't see their wickedness. But let's keep going. We're in 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 32. 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 32. Let's
Verse
read that.
32.
Yes, sir.
But Elisha sat in his house. And the elders sat with him.
So the elders of that city, now other books say prophets, other men of the Most High, was in Elisha's. First of all, this is another thing. Verse 32, where is Elisha at? Elisha's in the besieged city of Samaria, not eating also. That's powerful because Elisha has to suffer with the people. It isn't like Elisha was out here living his life, hanging out. How in the hell could Jehoram, the northern king of Israel, have access to him if he was outside the city? The city was besieged. So Elisha was in the house inside Samaria, starving too, suffering too. It also shows you that the prophets got to suffer with the people. Whatever Israel's going through, the men of the Most High got to be right there in the thick of the battle with them. They can't escape it either. Read on.
Verse 32. But Elisha sat in his house, and the elders sat with him. And the king sent a man from before him. But ere the messenger came to him.
He says, so before the messenger came to Elisha. Here's Elisha knowing what's about to happen before it happens again. Read on.
He said to the elders, see ye how this son of a murderer have sent to take away mine head?
He said, this son of a murderer is going to sit back here and send a man to kill me. You see this crap? He said, this son of a murderer is going to try to sit back here and try to kill me. Read on.
He said to the elders, see ye how this son of a murderer have sent to take away mine head? Look, when the messenger cometh, shut the door.
He says, when this messenger comes, lock the door and make sure he can't get in. Read on.
And hold him fast at the door.
Meaning, and make sure somebody's at the door, not letting him break in. Read on.
Is not the sound of his master's feet behind him?
He says, listen, Jehoram, the king in the northern kingdom, is going to sit back here, give an order, and rush back to stop him from following the order. He said Jehoram's right behind him. He said, so lock the door, keep it locked. Don't let him do what he's going to do, because the king's going to come right behind him, repenting of what he just said. Read on.
Verse 33. And while he yet talked with him, behold, the messenger came down unto him. And he said, behold, this evil is of the Most High.
So now the messenger is like, this evil is of the Lord, obviously. Read on.
What should I wait for the Lord any longer?
So look, he said, we're not going to wait for the Most High any longer. We're going to sit back here and take you out. Read on.
Chapter 7, verse 1. Then Elisha said, hear ye the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Most High.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm sorry. That was in
Yeah. Let's keep. Yeah, read verse 1. Let me change it up on the computer real quick. Let's go to 20 here. Okay, read it, sir. I'm sorry.
2 Kings chapter 7, verse 1. Then Elisha said, hear ye the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Most High. Tomorrow about this time shall a measure of fine flour be sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel, in the gate of Samaria.
So he says, by tomorrow, the market's going to reestablish itself. Everything's going to be okay. By tomorrow, the stock market's going to sit back here. It was plummeted. Now it's going to sit back. The S&P 500 is going to be okay. NASDAQ is going to sit back and normalize. All the prices are going to be right.
The Hebrew 500 is going to be
The Hebrew 500.
all the way up.
Exactly. The Hebrew DAC is going to sit back here and be okay. So he's like, by tomorrow, all this famine is going to be
Like,
over.
are you serious? I don't believe
And
that.
this is what the guy
That's hard
says.
to
Is,
say.
I don't listen.
That's hard to
People are
say
eating
when
babies
you're
and eating
buying-
donkey
when
heads.
It's baby food, literally baby food.
That's
Food for
horrible,
babies.
bro.
And then
Yeah,
you're sitting
and
here-
donkey heads.
Donkey heads, and you're eating
Dove burgers. Dove burgers. Dove poop burgers. Dove poop burgers.
Dove Whoppers.
Dove Whoppers, Whoppers full of Dove
Dove excrement.
excrement.
It's excrement. It ain't even the dove.
This is the condition of our people when we follow kings that are disconnected from the Most High. They don't trust the Most High, and we're also a product of that. We have to be contrary to that narrative. We got to be contrary to people that are out of order.
God. Now, I want to sit back here and go back into Josephus real quick. We're in the Josephus. We're in book 4. Book 9, chapter 4, in the middle of paragraph 4, if I'm not mistaken.
We left off at 60. I'm not sure where you want to pick back up.
I don't know if you want to go over there.
Well, once again, Josephus just gives more details about the history in the scriptures. The scriptures are still the foundation of what we use, but the Josephus just gives a little bit more history and insight on the historical side. Not prophetical, but history-wise. So we're going to sit back and we're reading the scriptures and the history that Josephus, a historian, gave account. And most of the time, sometimes not, but most of the time, they align themselves right together with each other.
Yeah, he was a Jewish historian. He was a Jew himself. He was a priest. He was a Levite. He was educated at Rome, and he was alive right around the time that Christ was on the earth. And also, he wrote the chronicles of the fall of Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
And so he initially was fighting against the Romans, but then after he got captured, they ended up keeping him as a hostage because they wanted him to write the chronicles of the history of Rome as well. So they preserved him because of his intelligence and his ability to be accurate with histories. So this is why we read the Josephus, because a lot of other people wrote histories, but their histories didn't survive. He was one of the most well-recognized historians that tried to be as accurate as possible to the scriptures, and also detailing what was going on at that time during the fall of Jerusalem.
Okay, go into now Jehoram.
Yeah, 963.
Yes, sir.
Book 9, chapter 4, page 249, line 63, in paragraph 4. Now Joram was in fear lest somebody should betray the city to the enemy by reason of the famine, and went every day round the walls and the guards to see whether any such were concealed among them. And by being thus seen and taking such care, he deprived them of the opportunity of contriving any such thing.
Mm-hmm.
And if they had a mind to do it, he by this means prevented them. But upon a certain woman's crying out, "Have pity on me, my Lord," while he thought that she was about to ask for somewhat to eat, he imprecated the Most High's curse upon her, and said he had neither thrashing flour nor winepress, whence he might give her anything in her petition. Upon which she said she did not desire his aid in any such thing, nor trouble him about food, but desired that he would do her justice as to another woman. And when he bade her say and let him know what she desired, she said she had made an agreement with the other woman, who was her neighbor and her friend, that because the famine and the want was intolerable, they should kill their children, each of them having a son of their own, and we will live upon them ourselves for 2 days, the one day upon one son, and the other day upon the other. And said she, I have killed my son the first day, and we lived upon my son yesterday. But this other woman will not do the same thing, but have broken her agreement and have hid her son.
It's horrible. Read on.
This story mightily grieved Joram when he heard it. So he rent his garment and cried out with a loud voice, and conceived great wrath against Elisha the prophet, and set himself eagerly to have them slain, because he did not pray to the Most High to provide them some exit and way of escape out of the miseries with which they were surrounded.
What's crazy is he might not have physically prayed to get him out of it, but he's suffering himself too. Elisha's out here suffering, not eating, just like everybody else is not eating. So it's not like Elisha's benefiting from this. He's suffering like the people are, and he can't do nothing until the Most High authorizes it. What it means is you can pray all you want. When it's time for Israel to suffer, it's time for Israel to suffer. And nobody can do anything about that. Read on.
To provide them some exit and way of escape out of the miseries with which they were surrounded, and sent one away immediately to cut off his head, who made haste to kill the prophet.
So listen, the order was out, kill Elisha, go to his house and kill him. Read on.
But Elisha was not unacquainted with the wrath of the king against him.
He knew what was going to happen. He knew what was happening. He knew the intricate plot. He heard the intricate plot. It's the truth. They're trying to stick him like flypaper. Let's keep going. Let me stop. Keep going.
Whereas he sat in his house by himself, with none but his disciples about him, he told them that Joram, who was the son of a murderer, has sent one to take away his head.
No, but his father was Ahab. Jehoram's father was Ahab.
All right.
Okay, read on.
But
and Ahab killed that man. It wasn't Nathan. It was he killed the brother for his land.
Oh. Was it Uzziah?
No.
I mean, not Uzziah.
Really, it was the woman, but his wife. But really, he was okay with it. I hate saying it without knowing exactly. Naboth, I think it was Naboth. It was Naboth, I think. Yeah, it was Naboth. He killed Naboth, so he was the son of a murderer. Okay, so let's keep going.
But said he, when he that is commanded to do this comes, take care that you do not let him come in, but press the door against him, and hold him fast there. For the king himself will follow him, and come to me, having altered his mind.
He says, man, he's going to change his mind, so hold the door. Don't let this guy do what he got to do, because the king's going to change his mind really quickly. Read on.
Accordingly, they did as they were bidden. When he that was sent by the king to kill Elisha came, but Joram repented of his wrath against the prophet, and for fear he that was commanded to kill him should have done it before he came, he made haste to hinder the slaughter, and to save the prophet. And when he came to him, he accused him that he did not pray to the Most High for their deliverance from the miseries they now lay under.
Exactly. So he said, listen, Jeroboam said, man, you didn't pray to deliver us out of this issue. This is why I'm mad at you. Read on.
But saw them so sadly destroyed by them.
He said, you sat around and watched everybody fall. And this is an issue that a lot of times we face as teachers. You have to sit back and warn and warn and warn, and you have to allow a person to run their course and fall. A lot of times as parents, it's hard to do that. A lot of times as teachers, it's hard to see men that you're training and working with have to run their course and fall, but that has to happen. This is what Jeroboam is mad. He says, you see everybody suffering. Why are you sitting back here and letting them suffer and not interceding and doing something about their fall? Because it comes a time where you can all you can do is watch them fall. If you counsel and teach and counsel and teach and redirect, after a point, you can only do it so long.
You can only warn and warn and warn, and after that, they got to see that they're the enemy of the Most High.
And you have to remove yourself for them to see it's them. A person, when they're going through their battle, they have to see they are the author of their own demise.
And I got a little scripture right here. Look what you're saying. Proverbs 13:18.
Let me put it in here.
Proverbs chapter 13, verse 18. Can we slow it down? Bro?
Yeah,
slow it down. It's not going to be a long point, but it's important to know.
What's that book again?
Proverbs 13 and 18.
Proverbs chapter 13, verse 18. Poverty and shame.
Poverty, meaning being in a low condition, without leverage, without resources, right? Where you're sitting here living a lifestyle that's unnatural, that's extremely unnatural to your normal condition. You can look over here, people in this condition, they're straight. You can look over here, they're in condition, they're straight. I'm in the lowest estate or lowest condition. That's what poverty is, right? It's not just, oh, you're broke. It's a state where you're in a low estate.
And there's no strength to get out of it.
And you don't have the ability to get out of it at your desire.
Yeah.
You have to wait this out. That's poverty. Poverty and what?
Shame.
Shame. There is a certain mentality that comes with being in a low condition. Why am I here? The shame is the shame is the consequence, but also it's beneficial. Shame should make you in the back of your mind, I gotta figure out how I got here. What did I do to get here? I'm behind bars. What did I go do to get here? My household's going crazy. What did I do to get here? This cops is on me. I got a record. This cops is looking for me. I got warrants.
Yep.
What did I do to get here? I cannot afford basic necessities. I'm about to get evicted.
Yep.
What did I do in my decision making to get here?
Yep.
Shame is for that process of thinking.
Yep.
How did my relationship and my marriage de-evolve?
Yep.
How did I lose my rank? How are men surpassing me understanding? And I've been here long. That spirit of shame is supposed to be to get a person to bethink themselves. Read on.
Proverbs 13 and 18.
Uh-huh.
Poverty and shame shall be to him.
Shall be to who? Who does it belong to?
To him.
To him that does what?
That refuseth instruction.
Refusing is a choice.
Yep.
The Most High didn't just give you poverty. He didn't just give you shame and crazy thoughts.
He didn't just give Israel the famine.
He didn't just sit here throwing a famine on you.
I'm just going to starve you guys.
We wake up.
It's God's fault.
It's God's fault. We wake up and see famines.
Yep.
That means you've been asleep for a minute. You didn't know that. You've been asleep at the wheel.
You know what's crazy? And this is why the prophets had to be in the city. All they had to do was say, Elisha, what are we doing wrong? What do we have to do for this famine to leave us? Mm-hmm. Nobody did that. They just chose to kill babies and do foul and eat donkey heads. And nobody sat back here and said, Father, Elisha, what do we have to do to get this famine right? All Jehoram had to do was that. What did I do? What do we got to do right? You're mad that you're not just praying to sit back and eradicate the problem with wicked Israel, but wicked Israel doesn't want to repent. Like Dawiyad said, the ones that refuse instruction, poverty and shame follows them. So it wasn't up to Elisha to do the praying. It was about the people who were supposed to repent. But people, a lot of times, Israel wants to be prayed for and considered without making the changes to be prayed for and considered. Right. Does that make sense?
They want a genie. Israel wants a genie out. They want to rub the lamp, and then they want to have three wishes.
Get some wishes out.
They want
3 wishes.
Yeah,
exactly.
Or they want to sing a song. They want to sing something, get one of those tambourines out, and sit back and send some prayers up.
They want some feel good.
They want some feel good, and then they want that feel good through osmosis to be blessed, get blessed through osmosis.
Without change.
Without changing. And that's why religion is a multi-million-dollar industry. Because I can sit back and go from Sunday and then sprinkle a Bible study on Wednesday, and I got my Bible high. And I don't got to do any changing. It's about just keeping the high up. When the Most High is like, repent, because the kingdom is at hand. What was you going to say?
No, I just wanted to bring in scripture on that point too. Romans chapter 1 verse 28. Romans chapter 1 verse 28. Just to expound on what Dawiyad is saying is great. It's really a repercussion of a certain mind state.
Yep.
Read that, Romans chapter 1 verse 28.
Romans chapter 1 verse 28. And even as they did not like to retain the Most High in their knowledge.
And so there's a repercussion when you don't want to keep the Most High as the apple of your eye. Yep. When you don't want to keep the Most High as your focus, and you want to keep what you do in your life and your personal business as your focus, he says there's a penalty behind that. There's a repercussion behind that. He said even as they don't like to retain the Most High in their mind. Read on.
The Most High gave them over to a reprobate mind.
That reprobate mind is a rejected, castaway mind.
Oh my goodness.
That means that my mind is not even good for me. It doesn't even, my way of thinking doesn't even benefit me. That's a reprobate mind. That's a mind. The word reprobate means unfit for, or unapproved, or unproved. So that what the Most High is doing is, He gives a person over to their own ruin by allowing them to see that your thoughts and your way of doing things don't even work for you yourself. Why are you trying to believe that and push that narrative to other people when your wisdom don't even work for you?
Yeah, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Your wisdom has you in a position of suffering and poverty. So why don't you see that it's your wisdom that's the problem? Why don't you see that it's your way of thinking that's the problem?
Okay.
It's not the Most High. The Most High just said, okay, if you want your way so bad, I'm going to give it to you.
Why can't Baal get you some food? Where's Baal at right now?
Yeah. Call on Baal.
You should get mad at him.
That's why you should be getting mad.
Damn, Baal!
Yeah.
That was
going on?
Elisha, because Elisha had to pray to the Most High to give us food. What happened to Baal, huh?
Yeah.
What happened to Baal Zebub, Baal Peor,
Yeah.
all the Baal brothers, huh? Call all the Baal brothers, huh? Get them all down here, huh? I'm sorry. The Ball brothers, the Baal brothers, all the Ball brothers, all the Ball brothers, call them in, bring them out, BBB, Big Baal brand. Let me stop. Did you have more than that? Is that what you want?
Yeah, just finish that.
The Most High gave them over to a reprobate mind
To do what?
to do those things which are not convenient.
He says, so now that all your decisions are going to be fruitless.
Huh?
Because he's trying to get you to see that it's your way of thinking that's incorrect. It's your way of thinking that's unproved. It has no validity.
Yeah.
But that's what happens when a person stays on. They don't want to change or repent that mind frame.
Kind of.
So the Most High got to teach them a lesson through their own failures and their own wisdom. Through their own wisdom.
I got a verse, not gonna hop forward. This is a great verse. Psalms 55 and verse 19. Psalms 55 and 19.
Psalms 55, verse 19. The Most High shall hear.
So he's hearing these people complain. He hears the groans. He knows babies is getting eaten and donkey heads are getting purchased with outrageous prices. Read on.
The Most High shall hear and afflict them.
He's going to still afflict these people.
Oh, man.
I'm listening, but I'm going to still make you feel the check that's coming to you. But there's a reason that the affliction is coming. Read on.
Even he that abideth of old.
Yeah, exactly. Even those who were with me from the past. Even those who knew my name and were with me. But why? Read on.
Salah. Because they have no changes.
They ain't changed.
Wow, there ain't no changes, bro.
Because you don't change. You can pray all you want. If you don't change, it ain't being listened to. That is insane. So they're mad that Elisha ain't praying for them, but the point was they weren't changing to get the most out of listen to him anyway. So you can pray all you want. If you're not changing behind your prayers, he's not hearkening to you. You know what? Remember it says the prayers of the saints are like sweet incense? But the prayers of the saints are like sweet incense because the saints are changing. When you're not changing,
But you know
their
that-
prayers don't smell good.
But you know what?
It's more like poo-poo. They're like roses.
That weed that our people
That
like to
fake
smoke,
weed?
That fake weed. That's that sweet
That
incense.
real nasty weed that has a sunflower on top of it. I think when you weed through it, it stinks like hell.
That milkweed.
Gross. It's the worst thing in the world.
Yeah.
That's what prayers of people that don't change smell like.
That skunk weed. You know what I'm saying? Our people don't want to change, bro. They want to hold on to what they want to hold on to, and they wonder why their situation is a problem.
You can sit back and be the greatest prayer warrior around. Where are your prayer warriors at? What good is being a prayer warrior if there's no change behind your prayers? And this is what he's saying. What good is Elisha praying for a negative people that aren't changing?
Because our people think they can have their cake and eat it too. That means I can have my lifestyle and still get the blessings of the Most High without changing that.
And that's not the Most High. He hears you. He's going to keep afflicting you. Even the ones that once abided with him, because there are no changes. Read on.
Therefore, they fear not the Most High.
And because they don't fear the Most High, now Most High has to bring dread. Then he has to bring terror. Then he has to bring fright, like we went on last Monday, last week. These are the things that happen because we don't change. I don't know what else to say. It's simple as day. So let's get back. Let's get back to it, man.
Josephus or 2 Kings?
Let's go back into Josephus real quick.
Okay.
Inside.
Book 9, chapter 4, we're in paragraph 4, line 71, page 250.
Go for it.
Hereupon Elisha promised that the very next day, at the very same hour in which the king came to him, they should have great plenty of food, and 2 seahs of barley should be sold in the market for a shekel, and a seah of fine flour should be sold for a shekel. This prediction made Joram and those that were present very joyful, for they did not scruple believing what the prophet said. on account of the experience they had of the truth of his former predictions. And the expectation of plenty made the want they were in that day, with the uneasiness that accompanied it, appear a light thing to them.
He says, all I got to do is wait a day. That Joram knows. Joram knew that whatever that message came out, it was going to come through. Read on.
But the captain of the third band, who was a friend of the king, and on whose hand the king leaned, said, Thou talkest of incredible things, O prophet.
He said, man, you talking, I don't believe it.
You talking reckless.
Now, Jeroboam knew it, and he believed it, but the captain of the host didn't believe it. He said, you talking big, you talking big things, bro. You talking reckless like Shamshuan said. Read on.
Thou talkest of incredible things, O prophet. For as it is impossible for the Most High to pour down torrents of barley or fine flour out of heaven.
Because in his said he's carnal. He said, man, no, the skies ain't going to open and this bread and flowers going to fall out the sky. That ain't even real, G.
Right.
He said, that ain't real, son. I ain't never seen that before. So it ain't going to happen. You talking great things. I ain't going to mess my head up believing that crap. I believe it when I see it.
No, yeah.
That's that kind of guy. He's that guy. He's that kind of guy. Read on.
So it is impossible that what thou sayest should come to pass. To which the prophet made this reply. Thou shalt see these things come to
He
pass.
said, you're going to see it, but, read on.
But thou shalt not be in the least a partaker
You
of
ain't
them.
smacking a lip on this flour and this bread. You going to see it happen, but because of your unbelief and your pride, you ain't going to have a droplet of water. You ain't going to enjoy it at all. You're going to be dead.
You're going to watch everybody else eat it.
Yeah, on the ground dead.
Yeah.
But he said, you're going to see it to know the Most High is real, and that's as far as it goes with you. Because you want to be arrogant and cocky and have no humility, then cool. You're going to see it from the ground perspective.
Because you want to keep that doubt narrative going.
I know.
But you know, it's not like he don't know his own history.
Yeah.
As if he don't know he's an Israelite and the Most High fed the children of Israel with manna
God.
in the wilderness.
And he don't realize he wasn't there. He's his captain. He didn't see Elisha sit back here, pray, and blind an entire Syrian army and bring him into those same Syrian gates. He didn't see that. So how can he see that, but not see that this could possibly work?
Not spiritual, bro.
I know, he's a carnal dude.
Is that time of affliction?
Huh?
Is that like
That's similar to that.
Yeah.
Kind.
Yeah. And he's just a carnal guy that the Most High had to make an example of. So we're going to hold this and go back to the scriptures. Let's go back to 2 Kings 6 and 33. Then we're going to run through again.
Okay. 2 Kings chapter 6, verse 33. And while he yet talked with them, behold, the messenger came down unto him. And he said, Behold, this evil is of the Lord. What should I wait for the Most High any longer?
So now, reading is Josephus, and then reading this, you had your messenger that came, but then the messenger that came afterward was the messenger for Joram. The first messenger was one trying to get through the door that he wouldn't let in. The other messenger was one that was speaking on behalf of Jehoram. Okay, and that was how the scenario kind of went back and forth.
I got to pull this one scripture just to show the dynamic that the Most High is really going and emphasizing.
Okay.
Psalm 78 verse 7.
Psalms chapter 78, verse 7. That they might set their hope in the Most High, and not forget the works of the Most High, but keep his commandments.
Go up on
Okay.
verse 6.
Verse 6. That the generation to come might know them.
So the Most High shows his power every generation. He shows his truth and his wisdom and the benefit of serving him every generation. He tries his best.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Read on.
Even the children which should be born.
To the few, he shows even the children that should be born.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
Who should arise and declare them to their
But
children.
the scripture says, from your children to your children's children. We're supposed to pass the information, the wisdom down. Read on.
That they might set their hope in the Most
That we
High.
might put our hope in the Father and our trust in the Father. Not these deities. Read.
And not forget the works of the Most High.
But we choose to forget the Most High's works when we meditate on just being physical just being manipulative, just controlling things our way with our strength.
Or we just don't see how the Most High is going to turn a situation completely around in our favor.
Yeah.
Because maybe in our generation we haven't seen it. So we say that's impossible to happen. So we believe the Most High is limited. We don't think the Most High is all powerful. We put the Most High in a box like, no, this is too big for the Most High to fix. You know, we say that amongst ourselves.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the point.
So we're good? Okay. Let's read 7 and 1 again. 2 Kings.
2 Kings chapter 7, verse 1. Then Elisha said, Hear ye the word of the Most High. Thus saith the Lord, Tomorrow, about this time, shall a measure of fine flour be sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel, in the gate of Samaria. Then the Lord, on whose hand the king leaned, answered the man of the Most High, and said, Behold, if the Most High would make windows in heaven, might this thing be? And he said, Behold, thou shalt see it with thine eyes, but shalt not eat thereof.
So once again, this is talking about what was just read in Josephus. This guy that was an advisor to Jeroboam didn't believe it. And he said, listen, you're going to see it, but you're not going to eat it. Okay? So now we're going to go into verse 3, and it goes into these leprous men, and it kind of shows how the Most High opened this situation where everybody was able to eat. Verse 3.
Verse 3. And there were 4 leprous men at the entering in of the gate.
So these 4 leprous men were not inside the gate, because the leprous men couldn't be inside the city. Yep. Leprous men had to have tent communities on the outside. Huh? Think about that. Huh? The leprous people had to. They saw those little blotches. You was out.
You gotta go.
You had to go, brother. You was that?
If you weren't a clean leopard, you weren't allowed back into the community.
I know that. You were out. You was in the woods, out hunting and gathering. Huh?
Let's get him out of here.
Let's get him out of here. He was out really suffering.
Yeah.
He was in the outskirts. So there was 4 leprous dudes on the outskirts, hungry as hell, trying to figure out how they gonna sit back and survive. Read on.
And there were 4 leprous men at the entering in of the gate, and they said one to another, Why sit we here until we die?
He said, why we gonna sit back here and just be in the woods? Ain't nothing out here either. We all starving. Read on.
If we say we will enter into the city, then the famine is in the city.
If we fight to get into the city, we gonna die because there's nothing in there. Read on.
And we shall die there. And if we sit still here, we die also.
This is two L's right here. These are 2 bad options.
Yeah.
Read on.
Now therefore come, and let us fall unto the host of the Syrians.
Let's turn ourselves into the Syrians, and hopefully they'll give us 3 hots in the kata. They'll make us some POWs out. If we go to them, we might survive.
That's a blessing.
We might. Read on.
If they save us alive, we shall live. And if they kill us, we shall but die.
So they're going to possibility of dying in all these options. But at least if we go to the Syrians, we might get some food and then die. So let's go here. Let's do that one. That's a better option. Read on. So what is it also saying? The Most High took Israel to the brink with this family. It was so bad that it was just sit here and lie in a bed and just die. You ever been hungry and you had no money? So you said just go to sleep.
Yeah.
You had to go to sleep. You gonna do this. You gonna drink some damn faucet water and just go to sleep. You gonna drink some faucet water and lay down. I don't know if you've been that bad. And there's nothing in the fridge but ice. It's ice and old food. You're like, God, they sit here with the goddamn ice cubes up here. The ice cubes are ready. They're stacked. They're all ready to go.
I drink Kool-Aid and go to bed.
Or it's something.
Yeah.
It's something. You should got something in there. Some potency. Some sugar. Point is, when all you can do is just lay down and sleep it off, they had gone past that. Ain't know what to do.
You know this shows also the Most High had to use some unclean men and show what's possible.
Yeah.
Do some unclean men, like men that had leprosy. They
got distemper.
They got distemper, but they at least had some type of hope.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Dad, why would the Most High use some unclean men to have hope versus men that has witnessed what the Most High is capable of doing and still didn't believe?
Because everybody inside was unclean too.
Yep.
Yeah. Kinda.
That's crazy.
So that's their plans. So let's throw ourselves at the mercy of the Syrians we might get a meal. Let's continue.
2 Kings chapter 7 verse 5. And they rose up in the twilight to go into the camp of the Syrians. And when they were come to the othermost part of the camp of Syria, behold, there was no man there.
So there wasn't nobody in the damn camp.
Wow.
Like, what's going on here? Read on.
For the Most High had made the host of the Syrians to hear a noise of chariots.
That's crazy. The Most High sat back here and made these people think there was horses and armies and warriors or galloping. He spooked the hell out of these Syrians.
That's like that water with the sun reflecting on the water.
Yes, it's the same concept. It's the Most High sat back, creates optical illusions, and creates chaos in camps. Remember, don't forget, even in Samuel, when the Most High sat back here and had Saul's son, Jonathan, and his servant. They said, man, we're going to sit back here and siege this camp. And as soon as they went up there, the Most High, the commotion happened, and they were fighting each other. He wants to create all these confusing scenarios to save Israel. So right now, he made the Syrians hear things that weren't there. Right? So they're sitting right here resting, chilling while this besieging, and they hear all these horses. So what you're going to read is they're thinking, oh man, they got the Egyptians to help them. They got the Philistines to help them, and we're not ready. Let's get out of here. We don't got time to bring our supplies and our gold and food. Leave it all. We got to get out of here.
Can't you hear it just beyond the tree?
It's right coming. You hear all them horses? It's stampede. They hearing all this stuff.
That's paranoia, man.
I know that, but the Most High put it in their heads. Read on. Verse 6 from the top.
Verse 6. For the Most High had made the host of the Syrians to hear a noise of chariots.
It's crazy, bro.
And a noise of horses, even the noise of a great host. And they said one to another, Lo, the king of Israel hath hired against us the kings of the Hittites and the kings of the Egyptians to come upon us. Wherefore they arose and fled in the twilight and left their tents and their horses and their asses.
That means they all ran. They didn't get on the horses.
Wow, that's great.
They just completely panicked.
Right.
And then they started running, headed for the hills.
You know, they panicked and then the horses went.
I know, but the horses stayed. That's what's so crazy. I don't hear it. I don't hear anything. I'm a hold tight. They're the only maniacs sitting back here hearing anything or tripping. Read on.
And their asses, even the camp as it was, and fled for their life.
Come on, bro.
And when these lepers came to the uttermost part of the camp, they went into one tent.
It was a party. They got in their tents like, ooh, but they got us in the tent. Let's get this food and this drink. Let's keep going.
You know how they eating. They're like, man, we're gonna tell somebody about this.
And that's what it shows. You're gonna read that. They're eating and they're doing this. They're sloppy. All kind of wine is going on their face. They don't give a damn.
It's a great
Verse 8.
They're eating with no discipline. There's no discipline. They're going crazy here. But keep reading.
Verse 8. And when these lepers came to the othermost part of the camp, they went into one tent and did eat and drink and carried thence silver.
They're putting gold necklaces and rings of gold on my watch. Don't believe me, just watch me. They're going crazy.
They're winning right now.
They're winning, right?
They're winning right now.
They're putting gold and silver on, eating. They got goblets with alcohol in there, right? But keep going.
And
raiment, right?
Yeah.
They putting new gear on. They putting clothes on. They putting shimmery colors on. They putting shimmery reds and shimmery blues on. They don't give a damn.
And these are they got blotchy skin.
I know.
They're walking up with blotchy skin with drip on it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
You do like this.
You know them garments are contaminated.
You want this out?
Oh, you got it, G. You got it.
They always said that the monkey face that was brown right here, and then you have the little.
What?
Yeah, when you see them, a lot of times it'd be like the
Bit of Lego.
The Lego, it'd be circle around the mouth, circle around the eyes,
Yeah.
and then on the hands. I
Why
don't
is
know.
that a monkey face? What you say about that?
Well, it looked like a little
Chimpanzee.
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
it looks
okay.
crazy. I don't know why the Most High does like that. Like whichever you touch or whatever you
That
see.
Curious
you say.
George.
Michael
Yeah.
Jackson.
He makes it apparent. Like you got an issue. So they had those little marks. The ears are half black and half reddish and white eye, blonde hair, little blonde streaks,
Yeah.
looking like that with all this jewelry.
And they got
on.
gold and silver and drip. They
Yeah,
got,
looking
they
good,
got the
huh?
most shiniest,
Looking
shimmeriest
great.
garments.
A little throat too, a little alcohol in the breath.
That's what I'm saying,
And a little smile because they ate some good food. That good food feeling you got, the good vibe.
I know that. They're going crazy in here, huh?
You know they gonna nap first. Huh?
Yeah.
Tell that fool that.
They gonna nap, but they gonna sit back and get as much shit as they can get first. You know Israel gonna get all the gold they can get before anybody comes back. Read verse 8 again.
Verse 8. And when these lepers came to the othermost part of the camp, they went into one tent, and did eat and drink, and carried then silver, and gold, and raiment, and went and hid it.
That's the first thing you do.
Yeah.
Let me take all this money and gold and put it on the ground
We came
so
up.
nobody knows.
Yeah.
And then the next thought's gonna be, let's go get some more.
Yeah.
You know that's the next thought. Let's double up. Let's get some more. What's in the other tents? We just went to the first one. Let's go Mortimer. Let's get some more. Huh?
Get scared though. That's scary.
Randolph and Mortimer.
That's what I said. Randolph, Mortimer. Let's go get some more gold. Let's keep. That's an old movie.
Trading
reference, but
places.
it's cool.
That, yeah.
That's what just happened, huh?
Yeah, he traded
That's what
places.
just happened, huh? From Tent City to ball out of control, that's what happened. Read on that.
And went and hid it, and came again,
That's what I'm saying. They went back. And they doubled up, huh? Read on.
and entered into another tent, and carried thence also, and went and hid
That's
it.
what you do. Now it's like, damn, I'm being gluttonous. Now I got a whole bunch of gold and stuff. Now I'm doing it too much. 2 is okay. I'm going to go 3 times. Now I'm feeling kind of bad. You know they hungry out there, man. We got to tell somebody. Huh?
Yep.
Now let's go tell them. Hey, guys, we didn't touch anything. Did some stuff. We didn't touch anything. But there was a bunch of stuff over there.
Yeah.
You know that's how you played it, huh?
Yeah.
Nothing. I just saw it. I just saw it.
You know, as he had that bracelet on.
Yeah.
Drip come out.
Drip poking out. With the ring on his finger. It's that way.
But I didn't do anything. I just saw him in reporting, sir. But you know that's not how it happened.
Cookie crumbs on his mouth. He got crumbs on his mouth.
Oh my goodness, but let's keep reading that.
Verse 9. Then they said one to another, we do not well. This day is a day of good tidings, and we hold our peace.
And he said, we're being real low level for this. This is not a good day for it. This is a blessing. We hide the secret. We can't do this. I've been saying, yeah, we're being a little niggardly here now. So we got to sit back here and now be better people and let the Jews know what's happening. You know, their bellies are completely full. They're completely hydrated. They got alcohol. They've consumed water and alcohol. Like, they're good. Now they're like, damn, well, we can't keep doing this. We're not telling people. Let's go report up. You know that.
And we hold our peace. If we tarry to the morning light, some mischief will come upon us.
Oh yeah, you know what's gonna happen.
He's like, most ain't gonna get us if I don't say something.
You got an animal come, a lion eat
A
you.
lion will come and eat you. I gotta report this up to cover my you know what. Read on that.
Which this is for the Most High.
Yeah. Read on.
Now therefore come, that we may go and tell the king's household.
Come on.
So they came and called unto the porter of the city. And they told them, saying, we came to the camp of the Syrians, and behold, there was no man there, neither voice of man, but horses tied, and asses tied, and the tents as they were. And he called the porters, and they told it to the king's house within. And the king arose in the night, and said unto his servants, I will now show you what the Syrians have done to us. They know that we be hungry.
He's not. Now this is Jerome trying to be the wise guy. He's. I'm a peep your own game, yo. Okay, Porter. This is what they're gonna do. They know we hungry, so they sat back here and left it as a trap. They left all the tents unoccupied, and as soon as we go out to eat the food, the Syrians are gonna come and get us. So I don't trust this move. This is what Jerome's thinking. Read on. And I understand the thinking, but this is where his head was at. Read on. So we needed more proof. Read on.
They know that we be hungry. Therefore are they gone out of the camp to hide themselves in the field, saying, when they come out of the city, we shall catch them alive and get into the city.
Exactly, and that's the concern. We're going to be exposed, eating food and chips and stuff.
That would be a good play.
And they're going to come get us.
That would be a good play.
It makes sense. Read on.
And one of his servants answered and said, let some take, I pray thee, 5 of the horses that remain.
They only had 5 horses left. All the other horses was donkey head soup.
Yeah.
There was 5 skinny horses left out. You know, they were starving too. He said, man, let's take the 5 that remains, and can we at least do reconnaissance? Please. Let's at least try. So if 5 die, then they die. Huh?
This is like, was it millions of us? Let me see.
I don't know. At least thousands. Tens of thousands. Read on.
I pray thee, 5 of the horses remain, which are left in the city. Behold, they are as all the multitude of Israel that are left in it. Behold, I say, they are even as all the multitude of the Israelites that are consumed. And let us send and see.
Let's send and see what happens. Okay? If they die, then you know what? We can say it was they died with the famine like everybody else did. We got to make a go at this. Read on.
They took therefore 2 chariot horses, and the king sent after the host of the Syrians, saying, go and see. And they went after them unto Jordan, and lo, all the way was full of garments and vessels.
They went all the way to Jordan, which is a far distance, and they said, man, there's nobody hiding. There's nobody hiding in the wings. They're just tents that are unoccupied. Listen, we need to go ahead and take this damn food now. So they sent a reconnaissance group to make sure there was no guys hiding. And they went all the way east to where the Jordan was.
But the baby got to quiet down a little bit.
But keep going.
All the way was full of garments and vessels, which the Syrians had cast away in their haste. And the messengers returned and told the king. And the people went out and spoiled the tents of the Syrians.
And then everybody sat back here. And then everybody, and you know, can you imagine when everybody, there's food outside. There's food outside. You know they're going to be breaking down the walls, and everybody's sprinting and running, and they're ravaging, and they're going crazy out.
It's like every man for himself.
Think about New Orleans, when they was all sitting out here going to get all the goods and supplies, and everything was falling apart.
Right.
It was everybody for himself, right?
They called them looters, man.
They were looting their tails off, right?
But they were surviving out.
It was survival looting. I'm just trying to explain the backdrop because it lets you know what happened to that guy who was doubting Elisha. Read on.
And the people went out.
Where are we at? What verse are we at?
Verse 16.
Okay.
And the people went out and spoiled the tents of the Syrians. So a measure of fine flour was sold for a shekel, and 2 measures of barley for a shekel, according to the word of the Most High.
So it still worked out according to the word of the Most High. You just don't know how it works out. And that's what faith is. So all of a sudden, the Most High put it in the head of the Syrians to think multiple armies were coming at them. They left, and all their supplies and horses and food were brought out. Okay, now read on.
One verse on that, Romans chapter 8, verse 24.
Okay.
Just on that point about how, you know, the captain of the host said, it's impossible that the Most High, what is he going to do? Open the heavens and food is going to fall?
Exactly.
Barley's going to fall from heaven?
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, just because we don't see how the Most High works through our narrow point of view, we think that the Most High doesn't work at all. Read that.
Romans chapter 8, verse 24. For we are saved by hope.
But he said, you don't always, but read on, I'll let the scripture say it. Read on.
But hope that is seen.
It said, but hope that is what?
Seen.
Go ahead.
Is not hope.
But if it happens the way you think it's going to happen, then that's not hope. So the Most High will use an avenue that's undetermined to you, that's unknown to you, as a resource in a way to get you taken care of, so that you know that it wasn't by your wisdom, it wasn't by your power, it wasn't by your intelligence, it wasn't by your smarts, it wasn't by anything that you planned, it wasn't because you had a master plan. The Most High comes through in ways for you to let you know that it was Him, so you can solely be dependent upon Him. Read on.
But hope that is seen is not hope.
Read on.
For what a man seeth.
It says if you can see it, read on.
Why doth he yet hope for?
If you can see how it's going to work, then there's no need to have hope.
God.
Yes, sir.
Is that faith?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
God. Read on. Finish that.
Verse 25.
No, that's it. That's it.
Okay.
Verse 17.
Yeah. Just looking at something, getting ready for the next chapter. So, where are we at again? Verse what again?
17.
Okay, read
2
that.
Kings 7 and 17.
Yes, sir.
And the king appointed the Lord on whose hand he leaned to have the charge of the gate.
So listen, that same guy that was his right-hand man, that was talking negative and talking reckless towards Elisha concerning the Most High, he said, you man the gate so you can be crowd control. So you can sit back here and regulate what's taken out, make sure everything's kind of spread and dispersed evenly. You can handle and do things in order to make sure things are structured properly, right? So read on.
And the people trode upon him in the gate, and he died.
So he got what?
Trampled.
He got trampled. What you need?
Joseph?
Joseph was following.
Yes, sir.
So listen, he got trampled. The dude that was talking negative got trampled. So he's sitting there on the ground getting stomped on and seeing everybody with food and merchandise walking past him.
You should have believed.
That's the point. But you was negative. You had a negative outlook. And this is what happens when you don't trust. The end. Well, let's keep
That's
going.
a hell of a death.
That's a trampled to death act. That's a bad day.
Yeah.
That's a real damn bad day. Read on.
And the people trode upon him in the gate, and he died, as the man of the Most High had said, who spake when the king came down to him. And it came to pass, as the man of the Most High had spoken to the king, saying, 2 measures of barley for a shekel, and a measure of fine flour for a shekel, shall be tomorrow about this time in the gate of Samaria. And the Lord answered the man of the Most High, and said, Now, behold, if the Most High should make windows in heaven, might such a thing be? And he said, Behold, thou shalt see it with thine eyes, but shalt not eat thereof. And so it fell out unto him. But the people trode upon him in the gate, and he died.
Okay. So that story kind of wrapped up.
That man's doubt got him killed. His doubt got him killed and put to death. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't nobody's fault but his own doubt. His own unbelief and inability to worship the Most High and see how the Most High is going to come through. And it happens like that all the time, man. Our doubt really sets us back.
God, bro. He could have sat back and been saved and taken care of the same way that everybody else was, but his doubt got in the way and destroyed him.
And he was in witness to some of God's miracles, right?
He had to have been. He had to have been.
Right.
Just simply by being around the king, he would have been privy to all these things happening.
That's crazy. I think everybody should be like the centurion that came running to Jesus about his servant dying. Once you see a miracle.
Yeah.
But a lot of folks ain't like that, man. What we're going to do is we're going to read chapter we're going to read chapter 8 verse 1 through 7. Now what we're going to read is kind of like this chapter goes, I'm not going to say it goes all the way back a long time, but it reintroduces the Shulamite woman, and it kind of connects older, like 3 or 4 chapters ago. It kind of gives us a look back and a glimpse back a little bit into what happened earlier when there was a famine. Okay? I mean, and I'll explain what I mean. It'll make sense when I explain it. So, let's read 2 Kings chapter 8, verse 1.
2 Kings chapter 8, verse 1. Then spake Elisha unto the woman, whose son he had restored to life, saying, Arise, and go thou and thine household, and sojourn wheresoever thou canst enjoy.
He said, listen, man, the Shulamite woman, he says, listen, you need to go ahead. He talked to her family and said, you need to get out of the city, get out of the country, and find a place to live. Because it's about to get bad here in Israel. Okay? Read on.
For the Most High hath called for a famine, and it shall also come upon the land 7 years.
So he says this famine is going to be for 7 years. It's going to be a long damn time from the time that it starts to where it ends, right? So let's keep going.
Verse 2. And the woman arose and did after the saying of the man of the Most High, and she went with her household and sojourned in the land of the Philistines 7 years.
So what this lets us know is that the famine was only starting to go at Israel. The Most High is starting, you see, and the Most High is really putting his thumb on Israel. He's breaking them now. He's making the life hard for our people. Okay, whether it was in the sieging of Samaria, or now that the famine was hitting. We're going to read the famine was actually before this, but let's continue real quick.
Verse 3. And it came to pass at the 7 years end.
Before we go to the 7 years end, that was my fault. Before we go to 7 years end, let's go to 2 Kings chapter 4, verse 38. Matter of fact, let's go to 34 real quick so we kind of have a context of where we're at in the class. 2 Kings 4, verse 34.
2 Kings chapter 4, verse 34. And he went up and lay upon the child, and put his mouth upon his mouth, and his eyes upon his eyes, and his hands upon his hands. And he stretched himself upon the child, and the flesh of the child waxed warm.
Okay, so this is when that Shulamite woman's son died. She had the headache. He had the headache, right? Mm-hmm. So he sits back here and puts his body on his body. The child's body gets warm. It's similar to what Elijah did with the woman from Tyre. Her son died. Okay, read on.
Then he returned and walked in the house to and fro, and went up and stretched himself upon him. And the child sneezed 7 times, and the child opened his eyes.
So Elisha brought a child back to life, just like Elijah did. Now he did it for that Shulamite woman, that Issacharite woman that we're reading in chapter 8, verse 1. This is the same person we're talking about. Read on.
And he called Gehazi, and said, Call this Shunammite. So he called her, and when she was come in unto him, he said, Take up thy son.
Mm-hmm.
Then she went in, and fell at his feet, and bowed herself to the ground, and took up her son, and went out.
So now we know that at that particular time, he just revived her son. But as that was going on, read the next verse.
Verse 38. And Elisha came again to Gilgal, and there was a dearth in the land.
What's dearth? Look up the definition of dearth. Dearth, scarcity, want, need, famine, barrenness, sterility. Okay? So there was a famine happening at this time. So it would make sense that this was when Elisha told the Shunammite, leave the city, get out of the country, and go somewhere else. Okay? This would make sense as the time when it started, when there was a dearth in the land. Okay? Does that make sense? Read on.
And there was a dearth in the land, and the sons of the prophets were sitting before him. And he said unto his servant, Set on the great pot, and seethe pottage for the sons of the prophets.
Mm-hmm.
And one went out into the field to gather herbs, and found a wild vine, and gathered thereof wild gourds.
And the wild gourds were what? It was some like squash. It was some wild, rancid, nasty,
poisonous
roots. That's all that was going on in the damn land. What was unhealthy, bad vines.
Nobody ate it because
there was a reason.
It's death in this pot.
It was, and that's where we're at. The death in the pot was based on the famine in the city. I'm just tying in where this famine came from when you're reading in chapter 8. Okay, read on.
And gathered thereof wild gourds his lap full, and came and shred them into the pot of pottage, for they knew them not. So they poured out for the men to eat. And it came to pass, as they were eating of the pottage, that they cried out and said, O thou man of the Most High, there is death in the pot.
He said, Elisha, this is the worst meal ever. This is the worst damn meal ever. Okay, read on.
And they could not eat thereof.
And we don't got to go into all the detail. We know that Elisha said put some flour in it, and all of a sudden it tasted better. But I just want to kind of pinpoint when this dearth or this famine started. And it makes more sense after he healed this woman is when he told her eventually, hey, there's going to be a famine, so you might want to leave for your family to get taken care of. Okay, so now we go back to 2 Kings chapter 8, verse 3.
2 Kings chapter 8, verse 3. And it came to pass at the 7 years end that the woman returned out of the land of the Philistines, and she went forth to cry unto the king for her house and for her land.
So what is this saying? So she was gone for 7 years, and you had some iggas sat back here and took the land over and was squatting in the land. Why else would she sit back here and cry for her land back? During that 7-year period, people noticed she wasn't there, their family wasn't there, and they started seizing her property. So she's like, listen, I got to go back and go through the legal procedures to get my property back. These people probably thought I was dead, or they assumed something, and they took over the property. Read on.
Verse 4. And the king talked with Gehazi, the servant of the man of the Most High.
So also, there's a question about the timing of this chapter. Because Gehazi had what?
He had got cast out.
And he got cast out because he had leprosy.
He had leprosy.
So this had to be at an earlier time, or he's sitting back here wearing long sleeve shirts and his whole body, you can't see his body. He's wearing long sleeve shirts and masks. But the Most High said, if Naaman had everybody knew he had leprosy. And Elisha said, his leprosy, Naaman's leprosy, is going to be on you, Gehazi. It was full-blown leprosy.
And your generation.
And your generation.
Forever.
So he had full-blown leprosy. So would he be in the king's court having full-blown leprosy, knowing that just a chapter before, those 4 leprous dudes was outside the city?
Yep, by law.
By law. So I would imagine that Gehazi in this whole part of chapter 8 was before his skin was changed.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
Does it make sense to even put 2 and 2 together like that? Anybody say hell no? I'm just trying to make sure, because as I read, it doesn't make sense if you don't look at it that way.
It gives it a timeline.
You have to look at the timeline as being earlier than chapter 8. Okay? So, read verse 4 again. So listen, verse 3 is saying the woman is preparing to present her case to the king Jehoram. Read on.
Verse 4. And the king talked with Gehazi, the servant of the man of the Most High, saying, tell me, I pray thee, all the great things that Elisha have done.
So Jehoram is getting a breakdown while the woman's about to head to him and confront the king about these issues. Jehoram's asking Gehazi about all the great things that Elisha did. And he's about to say, yeah, man, Elisha sat back here and brought a woman to life, brought a child to life from death, and all these great things. Read on.
Verse 5. And it came to pass, as he was telling the king how he had restored a dead body to life.
He says, so as this is happening, and as Gehazi is explaining to Jehoram all the great things that he did, that Elisha did, read on.
That, behold, the woman whose son he had restored to life cried to the king for her house and for her land.
So this is the Most High working this out perfectly in synergy.
The time.
As she's approaching the king, asking for her land back, the king is in the midst of talking to Gehazi about all these exploits Elisha did. So as that's happening, the woman sees the king, and all this is working out. Read on.
And Gehazi said, my lord, O king, this is the woman, and this is her son, whom Elisha restored to life.
So he said, this is the one I was talking about. Her son was raised back to life. Read on.
And when the king asked the woman, she told him. So the king appointed unto her a certain officer, saying, restore all that was hers.
Because it was seized, whether it's by the government seizure or some princes and some ranking officials seized her property. So now, because the Most High was looking after her, he set it up to where Gehazi was there to verify this woman, this is her land. So now he said, okay, give her back all the things that was taken. Read on.
And all the fruits of the field since the day that she left the land, even until now.
And give her back all of her crops that was still growing, even though there was a famine. Give her restitution for all she lost.
She got retro pay.
She got retro pay. She got 7 years back pay.
Oh.
Yeah.
But that was because of her obedience and servitude towards Elisha. Okay, read on.
Verse 7. And Elisha came to Damascus.
Okay, so from 1 to 6, it kind of gives you a brief story, kind of separate from the rest of the tone of the chapter. So that's why it's almost like this would have more than likely fit better into chapter 4 because it kind of lines up more with what was happening with the Shunammite woman and Elisha and the son being raised from the dead. Does that make sense? Okay. So now we're going to change tunes, and now we're going to read chapter 8, verse 7. But before we read chapter 8, verse 7, I want to read Josephus, book 9, chapter 4, paragraph 6, the top of it. We're not reading all of it. We're going to read the top of it. Because it kind of gives a prelude to what's happening in verse 7. Sir.
Page 251.
So, real quick, recapping what just happened, we just read into chapter 7. Okay? Ben-Hadad takes another loss, right? Remember, initially he tried to go stealth and just take out the king with assassination attempts, psyop missions. They didn't work. Then he said, I'm going to do a full frontal siege and a full frontal assault. I got larger men than they do. So now all their men are demoralized. They lost gold, riches, food, supplies. It was a significant loss to Ben-Hadad. So now Ben-Hadad's in his head, and he's reeling from 2 consecutive L's. Don't forget, Ben-Hadad's father was the one in power when Ahab was getting saved and taken care of. And the Most High was looking after Ahab by wiping out Syrian forces back then. So not only was his father taking L's, now the son Ben-Hadad II is taking L's. He's in older age now. Now we're going to read paragraph 6, the beginning of it, and kind of get an idea what's happening. Read that.
Page 251, paragraph 6, line 87.
Okay.
Hereupon, when Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, had his...
Ben-Hadad was like a term Caesar, a Caesar. So it was like Ben-Hadad the 1, Ben-Hadad the 2.
Yeah.
That's how their names were going at the time. So Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, read on.
Had escaped to Damascus and understood that it was the Most High himself that cast all his army into this fear and disorder.
He says, so now he realized after he ran scared, he started doing checks and realized there was no Egyptians, no Philistines, no Hittites coming after him. Now he realized, damn man, I got ousted again by the Most High. Most High keeps shaking me up. Now he's in his head. Now Ben-Hadad's tripping. Read on.
And that it did not arise from the invasion of enemies. He was mightily cast down at his having the Most High so greatly for his enemies.
He said, man, I'm tripping. The Most High got a problem with me. It's only a matter of time before I'm out. Most High's taking me out because he's not giving me any options. I keep losing. Read on.
And fell into a distemper.
Because now, he's tripping because now his guys aren't honoring him. Can you imagine all your confidence and faith is in your Syrian gods? And the Most High keeps stifling all your plans out? So he's in a distemper. Now he's in a head trip. Now he's got some mental illness he's dealing with that he can't shake. Read on.
Now it happened that Elisha the prophet at that time was gone out of his own country to Damascus.
And now the Most High gave Elisha orders to go into Damascus. Hold this and go now to 2 Kings chapter 8 and verse 7.
2 Kings chapter 8 verse 7. And Elisha came to Damascus, and Ben-Hadad, the king of Syria, was sick. And it was told him, saying, the man of the Most High is come hither. And the king said unto Hazael, take a present in thine hand, and go meet the man of the Most High, and inquire of the Most High by him.
So Hazael is his number 2, his enforcer. He said, okay, man, listen. I need you to bring some gifts, bring some presents, and find out how my mental disease is going to work out. Am I going to work out? Is this going to work out for my life? Read on.
Saying, shall I recover of this disease?
Now he had a real mental disease, and he had sickness behind it. Read on.
So Hazael went to meet him, and took a present with him, even of every good thing of Damascus, 40 camels, burdened.
40 camels. He rode deep and majestic. Listen, they went all out, bro, back in those days. 40 camels full of gifts. We're going to sit back and hold nothing back. Gifts for Elisha. Read on.
40 camels burdened, and came and stood before him, and said, thy son Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, hath sent me to thee.
First of all, that's kind of a derogatory thing. He said, man, your son Ben-Hadad. He's like, he's coming off like, man, you're his daddy. You got complete control of this guy. You're in his head. Why would it, to the point where he's got another nation is sitting back here sending him all these emissary gifts. He says, thy son Ben-Hadad, they're not family. They're not even blood. The idea that he called Ben-Hadad his
Why
son,
are you talking crazy?
you'll see. You will see. In fact, listen, and this is number 2 saying, man, your son told me to give you all these things. Obviously, there's something there for him to call the king of Syria Elisha's son. Read on.
Thy son Ben-Hadad, king of Syria, hath sent me to thee, saying, shall I recover of this disease?
He says he wants to know if he's going to recover from this disease, because obviously his faith was more in the Most High than his Syrian gods. But also you can kind of read between the lines to see that Hazael really wasn't down with this and how this was going to go. Read on, and you'll see later on as the verse kind of expands itself. Read on.
Verse 10. And Elisha said unto him, go, say unto him, thou mayest certainly recover.
He says he's going to recover from the distemper, but, read on.
Howbeit, the Most High hath showed me that he shall surely die.
You're going to live, but then you're going to die also. You're going to live from this distemper. You're going to live from this mental disease that you got, but you're going to surely die also. Read on.
And he settled his countenance steadfastly until he was ashamed. And the man in the Most High wept.
So what he's saying in verse 11 is, as he's delivering this message to Hazael, he's trying to control his emotions, settle his face. Then he starts breaking down in front of Hazael. Elisha starts to break down in front of Hazael. Read on.
And Hazael said, why weepeth my Lord? And he answered, because I know the evil that thou wilt do unto the children of Israel.
He says, I know what you're about to do to the people, man, and it's breaking my heart. But it proves to you, remember when Jehoram was so pissed off at Elisha, and Elisha wasn't praying to deliver the Jews from the famine? Elisha knew he couldn't control that. But it didn't change the fact that Elisha didn't love his people. He just knew he couldn't control the famine. But now he's going to sit back here and he's indirectly anointing the next king.
Yep.
Because he knows that Hazael's about to be the next in power. The Most High told him to tell them that. The Most High told him to say, your king is going to live off from this head disease, this temper, but he's going to die. So he's leading everything to, then he's like, man, you're going to sit back and screw our people over. What does that mean? Hazael felt Ben-Hadad was being soft on Israel from the beginning. Because he says, I know what's in your heart. I know what you're going to do when you get in power. You're going to sit back here and make Israel's issues that much difficult. You're going to really put it on Israel. And he can just see what's going to happen to the people. And the mischief and the sadness and the pain that's going to come right next. This is where he's at.
I was going to say, in John 13, Christ kind of felt that with Judas.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he told him in John 13, he said, that thou doest it quickly. Because he knew that he was going to betray him.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, read that real quick.
Yeah, let it go.
Okay.
Yeah,
But not let it go, I'm just go with it.
Kyle, I understand. Yeah, he was saying, read that real quick. St. John chapter 13, verse 27.
Yeah.
Because he knew what was in this man's heart. He's going to explain anyway. John chapter 13, read verse 27.
John chapter 13.
Hold on. Start at verse. Start at 25.
John chapter 13, verse 25. He then, lying on Yahushua breast, saying unto him.
This was John, is the one that him and Yahushua's relationship was close. He said he was laying on Yahushua's chest. They had no homo stuff, just that they had a tight-knit relationship. Read on.
Saith unto him, Lord, who is it?
So he was talking, the conversation was about one of the disciples was going to betray Christ. So he was saying who's going to do it. So Peter was asking John, the one that had the close relationship with Yahushua, who's the one that's going to betray him? Read on.
Yahushua answered, He it is to whom I shall give a sop.
He said it's the same man that as I'm dipping my bread, he's gonna dip his bread at the same time. Read on.
To whom I shall give a sop when I have dipped it.
Go ahead.
And when he had dipped the sop, he gave it to Judas Iscariot,
Go ahead.
the son of Simon.
Right, simultaneously, he's telling them without saying, it's going to be the man that I dip and give this sop with, share this sop with. And simultaneously, he knew he was Judas without saying it was Judas. Read.
And after the sop, Satan entered into him. Then said Yahweh unto him, that thou doest.
So now he knew he was talking to who at this point?
Judas.
No,
Satan.
no, he was talking to Satan. He was talking to spirit in that man.
Oh, okay.
He was talking to Judas verbally, but he was talking more deeply to the spirit that now inherits Judas, which is Satan. Read on.
And after the sop, Satan entered into him. Then said Yahweh unto him, that thou doest, do quickly.
Go ahead.
Now no man at the table knew for what intent he spake this unto him.
So he knew between one another, and this is the same exchange that's going on between Elisha and Hazael, is that they got this interpersonal connection going that nobody really understands what they're talking about, but Elisha himself. Same way that Yahweh knew, man, this is the man that's going to betray me and sell me out. But whatever you do, just do it quickly, get it over with.
Got it.
You know what I'm saying? But he understood he was talking to the spirit in that man. Same thing with Elisha. Now when you go back to Kings, read that one more time, because now you know why Elisha was crying. Because Elisha knew what spirit he was dealing with within that man. That man was going to turn into a damn devil to the children of Israel.
Yep. And he can see it. He can see it happening already, man.
2 Kings chapter 8 verse 12. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And Hazael said, why weepeth my Lord? And he answered, because I know the evil that thou would do unto the children of Israel.
Now once again, well, you want to?
No, just saying that he knew that damn devil was in him.
Huh?
You know, he knew the evil that he was going to do.
Yeah.
That devil's already in your heart. He knew that evil was in his heart.
So he entered into him.
Right.
Yep. Now I want real quick to go to 1 Kings chapter 19, because this was originally the person that was supposed to give the order to Hazael being anointed to be the king. Really was supposed to be Elijah. Okay. I'm gonna start off at verse 11, but then run it to like 16, because we're gonna go back to 17 afterwards. 1 Kings 19 and 11, if you can. This is just a recap. Chapter 18 was when Elijah went against the 450 prophets of Baal, and the prophets of Baal were killed. Their sacrifices weren't received. Elijah's was. After this happened, the expectation for Elijah was that the people were going to rally around and serve the Most High and come back around and change. The reality of what happened was Jezebel sat back here and said, Elijah's going to be a dead man tomorrow. What he did against the Most High's orders was left and went to the southernmost part of Judah, which was Beersheba. Then he went further past Beersheba and went to the desert and was ready to die. He was despondent. The Most High told him to go to Mount Sinai, and that's where he is in Mount Sinai, trying to get the understanding as to why he's so dejected. The Most High was trying to find out, why were you so dejected and what happened and what you saw. Give me verse 11.
1 Kings 19 and 11.
Matter of fact, verse 9. Salakia.
1 Kings chapter 19 verse 9. And he came thither unto a cave.
This is in Mount Horeb, which is Sinai. Read on.
And lodged there. And behold, the word of the Most High came to him. And he said unto him, what doest thou here, Elijah?
Like, why are you here? Why'd you go all the way down hundreds of miles away from where you're supposed to be commissioned at?
That's an extreme move.
You see the difference? Elisha stayed right in the damn Sumerian stronghold, suffering with the Jews, until the Most High gave him further orders. Elijah did opposite. He sat back and went as far as he could, went to Beersheba, and even told his protege, or his number 2, to stay in Beersheba while Elijah continued further. Elijah was angry and dejected about the result of what happened with the people. Read on.
Verse 10. And he said, I have been very jealous for the Most High power of hosts. For the children of Israel have forsaken thy covenant, thrown down thine altars, and slain thy prophets with the sword. And I, even I only, am left. And they seek my life to take it away.
For him to be jealous for the Most High means he was angry at the people. I'm angry and disgusted at the people for you because they didn't lock into you. Read on.
And he said, Go forth and stand upon the mount before the Most High. And behold, the Most High passed by, and a great and strong wind rent the mountains, and brake in pieces the rocks before the Most High. But the Most High was not in the wind.
The Most High was not in the destructive wind. He saw this destructive wind, but the Most High was not in the destructive wind. Read on.
And after the wind, an earthquake. But the Most High was not in the earthquake.
Earthquake is another form of another destructive force that the Most High was not in. Read on.
And after the earthquake, a fire. But the Most High was not in the fire.
The Most High wasn't in destructive wind, a destructive earthquake, and destructive fire. These elements, the Most High was trying to show Elijah that I'm not trying to be in a destructive mode towards Israel. Israel needs more time before I sit back here and start destroying them and tearing them down. Ahab needs more time. Jezebel needs more time. All the lineage of Ahab needs more time before I sit back and destroy them. Read on.
And after the fire, a still small voice.
The still small voice was the peaceful voice that the Most High was there. He was in the peace at the time. He was trying to show Elijah that this wasn't time to destroy. This was time to teach and to be peaceful and bring more lessons to the people before he just destroyed Ahab, Jezebel, and his succession of people. They need more time. Read on.
And it was so, when Elijah heard it, they wrapped his face in his mantle and went out and stood in the entering in of the cave. And behold, there came a voice unto him and said, What doest thou here, Elijah?
So what got you to this point? What got you so angry, so dejected, to where you just left your battle, left your fight? Read on.
And he said, I have been very jealous for the Most High power of hosts, because the children of Israel have forsaken thy covenant, thrown down thine altars, and slain thy prophets with the sword. And I, even I only, am left, and they seek my life to take it away.
He still couldn't understand the message. All he could hold on to was that he was angry at his people. He was angry at Israel because they weren't changing. And all that work that he went to try to get Israel to see things changed nothing. And he couldn't get past that. So, when the Most High realized Elijah just couldn't get past his anger, and his anger at Israel for not changing at the time that he wanted them to change, then he sat back and said this. Read on.
Okay. Verse 15. And the Most High said unto him, Go, return on thy way to the wilderness of Damascus, and when thou comest, anoint Hazael to be king over Syria.
This is where we're at now in 2 Kings chapter 8. But Elijah didn't get the opportunity to go to the wilderness of Damascus and to be anointed by Hazael. That was just what the intention the Most High had for Elijah to do. But now we're in the fruition of it. The fruition of it is now where Elisha was commissioned to do it, because Elijah didn't get there.
No different than Moses not making it to the promised land because he ran out of patience with Israel.
Yeah.
And then Joshua had to take him the rest of the way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But Moses also ran out of patience. Not recognizing that the Most High is long suffering.
That's exactly the case.
You know what I'm saying? Because he said, how Moses was aggravated. How long must I suffer you? How long must I feed you? He got fed up. He got frustrated.
Yep.
Even the act of being frustrated when he was told to speak to the rock, and he struck the rock instead of speaking to it. That was an aggressive move out of frustration.
But the problem was, what the problem with Moses was? That was the second generation he had to talk to. Yeah, I got to repeat the same shit with these niggas again. I just did this with your daddies and mamas.
Right.
Now I got to go back into this water demon again.
Yep.
It was new to them though.
Right.
It was new to the next generation.
Right.
Whereas the old generation,
died off.
but he was meek and he worked through that first generation. But he didn't have the ability to sit back and do it a second time.
Man, that meekness, he was meek, bro.
I got to argue with you guys again on the same topics. I can't take it no more.
And even in his last speech, he said, y'all still going to deter away from the Most High.
Yeah, because you know what he realized? He realized the pattern by now.
Yeah.
He says, oh, first generation don't see it. Okay, second generation, they're not going to see it either. You're going to utterly corrupt yourselves like the first generation.
Here we go again.
But the Most High is like, they got to go. These generations have to run their course.
But you know, even like the Most High told Ezekiel, he said, speaking to the children of Israel, but they are not going to hearken to you. He said, because they don't hearken to me.
Mm-hmm.
He said, but go to them anyway, so that they know they can't say at least it was. They said so that it can be said at least it was a prophet amongst them.
And that's the point.
And
There's no excuse.
There's no excuse. So it's not up to the man to be emotionally involved into the change of Israel, because whether they change or not, only the Most High knows.
God.
But our job is just to let them know, or you know, same thing. Are you delivering the word of the Most High without your personal prejudice or negative opinion or outlook towards
Without
people?
wrath.
God.
Without wrath.
Because
God.
it's really wrath.
Yeah, because this person get under my skin.
God.
But that doesn't mean the Most High is not tolerating that individual.
Yep.
For a greater purpose.
We're supposed to be servants with no expectations.
Yep.
And we're supposed to give for free regardless.
Charity.
So, 1 Kings 19 and 15 is where the Most High already knew Hazael was going to be king over Syria. It was already predetermined and predestined. But Ben-Hadad II had to run his course before we even got to Hazael. Okay? In correction, this Ben-Hadad that went against Ahab was still Ben-Hadad the first. Ben-Hadad the second. It wasn't the first, it was the second. Okay? I said earlier, it was different. So, point is, you have Hazael was going to be king. He was supposed to be anointed by Elijah. He ended up being anointed by Elisha. Okay, so we're going to go back now to why he's back here in the first place. Yeah. His job was to anoint Hazael. So now Hazael called Ben-Hadad the son of Elisha. And that was derogatory, man, because his king shouldn't have been talked to like that. But anyway, where are we at in 2 Kings 8?
13.
Okay, read 13, sir.
2 Kings, chapter 8.
No, read verse 12.
Yeah. Verse 12, from the top. And Hazael said, Why weepeth my Lord? And he answered, Because I know the evil that thou wilt do unto the children of Israel. Their strongholds wilt thou set on fire, and their young men wilt thou slay with the sword, and would dash their children and rip up their women with child.
Read on.
And Hazael said, But what, is thy servant a dog, that he should do this great thing?
He said, how am I able to sit back here and do this great thing? What are you talking about? Why would you put this on me? Read on.
And Elisha answered, The Most High hath showed me that thou shalt be king over Syria.
He has showed Elijah also. Read on.
So he departed from Elisha and came to his master, who said to him, What said Elisha to thee? And he answered, He told me that thou shouldest surely recover.
So he gave him half the message. He didn't tell him he was going to die. Listen, Hazael came back to Ben-Hadad and said, yeah, man, Elisha said you're going to be okay. But he didn't say the other part. Because if he says that, Ben-Hadad's going to kill him.
You know what that means?
I just say, yeah, boss, it's prophesied by the Most High that I'm going to kill you and take over and get all the power. So he can't say that. So read on.
And it came, verse 15, and it came to pass on the morrow.
And this is dirty. This is dirty. Because the Most High didn't tell him to do it this way. The Most High, listen, the prophecy didn't say what Hazael did. Normally, when the Most High sends a prophecy about somebody taking over, that means the person dies and the next in charge comes in after the death. But look what Hazael does, verse 15.
This is like the...
It's biblical. It's a biblical form of waterboarding. It's a form of torture that was going on in Guantanamo Bay. It's a form of torture that they were doing throughout history. Is when you drown somebody with water. It's simulated drowning, but you can still drown them because the water doesn't let the air. I mean the cloth doesn't let the air breathe. And, you know what I'm saying? So you still drown them. But it's basically waterboarding is what they're doing right here. It's biblical waterboarding.
It's bad.
Yeah, you suffocate through water.
Okay. Read that.
Verse 15. And it came to pass on the morrow that he took a thick cloth and dipped it in water and spread it on his face, so that he died.
So obviously he hadn't completely healed from his sickness and he was still in a weak state. So we sat back here and did him like Commodus did in Gladiator. He suffocated the man. I took over his position. But then it is a murder that can't really be proven.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he did it in a way that you really can't prove.
He was already
He
sick.
died in his sleep. Yeah, he's sick. I'm saying he's sick.
It's a game.
I suffocated him. I wiped his face off after I waterboarded him.
They don't no bruises.
There's no bruises. There's no evidence. I'm the man in charge next. But God told me to, so he told me I was going to be in charge. He didn't say anything about this dirty ass deal he did.
I'm justified.
This is what it is.
Anxiousness.
He couldn't wait.
Yeah,
right?
he took the wings. He took the reins. He wanted it. He wanted in. But let's keep going.
Okay. Verse 16. So that he died, and Hazael reigned in his stead.
And it was prophesied that it was going to happen. Like I said, Elijah was supposed to do it, but Elisha was the one who ended up executing the responsibility. Read on.
Verse 16. And in the 5th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, Jehoshaphat, being then king of Judah, Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, began to reign.
Now this is weird. How that was written is very weird. And what they show, in certain verses, they try to say Joram instead of Jehoram. But Joram, his real name is Jehoram. And I'm going to go back and prove it just to make sure there's no confusion. Because it was soon after, if I'm not mistaken, it was chapter 1. Let's read 2 Kings chapter 1, verse 17.
2 Kings chapter 1, verse 17. So he died according to the word of the Most High, which Elijah had spoken.
Listen, the guy that died was Ahaziah, which was the son of Ahab. Ahaziah fell out that second floor building and never recovered from his sicknesses or his bruises and his pains and whatever happened to him. So now his brother Jehoram gets into power because Ahaziah didn't have any children. So Jehoram, the power was transferred to his brother Jehoram, which was a son of Ahab.
Yeah.
So Jehoram was the king of the northern kingdom. Read on.
And Jehoram reigned in his stead in the 2nd year of Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah.
So now there was a Jehoram in the northern kingdom, and there was a Jehoram in the southern kingdom. Why does that have? Why do you think it was? Why do you think the names were the same at that time? When you look at it, when you take it back to 2 Kings chapter 8, you start to see at that particular time. Before Jehoram was king of the southern kingdom, there was a string of southern kingdom leadership that was dedicated to the Most High, that was following the law. Jehoshaphat followed the Most High. King Asa followed the Most High. They had a string of people that served the Most High. And what ended up happening, we talked about it at nauseam the last few weeks of class, that Jehoshaphat ended up marrying in to Ahab's children. Okay, now Ahab had a daughter, her name was Athaliah, okay, who was the daughter of Jezebel and Ahab. He connected his son Jehoshaphat, his son was Jehoram, and he married Athaliah. She came down to the southern kingdom, and now they started merging kingdoms. They started merging families. And then when they started merging families was when the southern kingdom began to be tainted and following idol worshiping. And this is how they were tied to the hip. So with the names Jehoram and Jehoram, that was a coincidence. It was a coincidence in the physical. But spiritually, this was, you can see, there was a connection in ideology. Because when Jehoram in the south, we read it last week in 2 Chronicles, Jehoram was so wicked, and he killed all of his brothers. Remember Jehoram in the southern kingdom killed all of his brothers?
Yeah.
And how we talked about Athaliah, his wife, kind of coached him into doing these things and coached him into following idolatry. So that wicked seed that was up in the northern kingdom started spreading in the south. And he killed all his brothers, but because the Most High loved the seed of David, he didn't completely wipe them out. Now there was one son that was left after Jehoram was killed, because the Most High took him out quickly, and his son was Ahaziah. The funny thing is, Ahaziah was the son that was in the northern kingdom that died in 2 Kings chapter 1. It's funny how all the names were similar, but it showed you that there was a synergy on the left-hand side at this particular time with the northern and the southern kingdom. They were all operating wicked at the time.
Right. And both parties were wicked, whether it was the southern or the northern
Exactly.
kingdom. You know, because they had on the southern kingdom, you had two good kings, like you said, in succession, which was Asa and Jehoshaphat. But then that Ahaziah became evil. That
Jehoram was first. Then it's Ahaziah.
Yeah, Jehoram evil. Then Ahaziah was evil, and then that just matched the evil that was on the
northern kingdom side.
Yeah,
and that was what I was trying to explain. There is a connection between these names being the same. That's what I'm trying to paint the picture.
And neither one was good.
Neither one was good, and this is where it ties into verse 16 in 2 Kings. Read verse 16 in 2 Kings again.
Okay. 2 Kings, chapter 8, verse 16. And in the 5th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, Jehoshaphat, being then king of Judah, Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, began to reign.
So you had Jehoram in the north, Jehoram, the son of Jehoshaphat, in the south. Jehoram in the south killed all his brothers, so it was him and his wicked wife, who was the daughter of Ahab. So they were connected. So now, whether it was Jehoram or Ahaziah, they were kin to Jehoram. They were blood. Okay? They were blood. So they were family up in here on both sides of the kingdom. Read on.
Verse 17. 32 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned 8 years in Jerusalem.
So Jehoram was in power for 8 years in Jerusalem. Read on.
And he walked in the way of the kings of Israel, as did the house of Ahab. For the daughter of Ahab was his wife, and he did evil in the sight of the Most High.
This is explaining exactly what we were talking about. The reason it goes into this is because as we go into chapter 9, it leads into where this dysfunction kicked in. Yes. Jezebel's daughter is Athaliah, who married Jehoram in the south. Okay? So she was doing the same manipulative tricks in the south as Jezebel did in the north. To the degree that Athaliah sits back here and takes the queen position in the southern kingdom. Very soon as we read on, that woman who was Jehoram's wife takes the queen position after 2 generations. After her son's getting taken out. Her husband, then her son got taken out. So, keep going.
Verse 19. Yet the Most High would not destroy Judah for David his servant's sake, as he promised him to give him always a light and to his children.
When you read the Kings is dealing with a lot of the northern kingdom. Chronicles deals with the southern kingdom. Okay? But they had to bring what was talked about in Chronicles up to the northern kingdom because they're tied in like a glove now.
There's family connections, marriages.
And then the curses and the punishments are going to be connected in chapter 9.
Yep.
Okay? So let's keep going.
Verse 20. In his days...
Well, real quick, verse 19. The Most High said he wasn't going to destroy the southern kingdom for David's sake. He had already sat back here and put the northern kingdom on the clock. Once Jehoram, Baasha, Zimri, Ahab, or Omri, Ahab, and then Jehoram, they were running their course. So they were on the clock. But he hadn't given up on the south yet. Read on.
Verse 20. In his days, Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah.
Listen, Edom was a what do you call it, a vassal state of the Judites until Jehoram got into power. And like when wicked men get into power, they start losing all of their financial statings, their financial holdings, their power positions. It happens to us too. When we're not living right, all of a sudden our money gets hit. Our financial stability gets hit. That's one of the first things that happens when you're not right in the spirit. Continue.
In his days, Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah and made a king over themselves. So Joram went over to Zaire and all the chariots with him. And he rose by night and smote the Edomites which compassed him about. and the captains of the chariots, and the people fled into their tents.
So Jehoram didn't do a full invasion. He just sat back here and took out the Edomites from the periphery of Judah. It wasn't a full invasion. Read on.
Verse 22. Yet Edom revolted from under the hand of Judah unto this day. Then Libnah revolted at the same time.
So when they were losing holdings and position. Read on.
Verse 23. And the rest of the acts of Joram and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the king of Judah?
Yes, and we read that last week about Jehoram. Read on. You see how they call them? They both call them Joram.
Yeah.
But it's Joram, Jehoram. They're intertwined because they're both wicked.
You know, the best thing to do, these names start merging together, and you can easily get lost in class.
Yes.
Not knowing. The best thing to do is to take a chart. Like I took a chart, bro, and I split the chart in half.
Yeah.
I got the Northern Kingdom on one side. I got the Southern Kingdom on the other side.
If you don't, you in trouble.
If you don't separate the two houses, all these names start merging.
You in the trick
and
bag.
You ain't gonna know what it is.
You like Jehu?
Yeah, Jehu.
Jehu the damage.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know if anybody knew that one. You know what I mean?
That's classic.
That's classic.
You know what I'm saying? So if you don't to keep up, it's best to make a chart, split the chart in half, the Northern Kingdom of Israel, Southern tribe of Judah, and then put the kings, and then put whether they were evil or good next to it, and who they were the child of.
And just so you know, I have one of those, and you can go online. This is the one that I use. It's the best one I've come across.
Yeah. If not, the names alone will just get you twisted.
Yeah, the kings of Israel, good and bad. They'll give you thumbs up and thumbs down, and it kind of gives you a little help because these names are off the charts. But also, just reading it for yourself, it'll start making sense.
Yeah.
But when you
the question about
who did?
You said online, so what website?
You can just go. Well, it wasn't a website. You can just sit back and say list of kings of Israel, and then go on to images, and you'll see different charts.
Oh.
And this chart was the best one I've come across. It's the southern and the northern, and they'll let you know if they were wicked or righteous. And they'll kind of line up along with the other king on the opposite side, where there's the northern, the southern. They were kings at this time. But it helps give clarity because, like you said, if you don't, you get lost. But there's a reason that you get lost because they were both wicked and they were both tied to the hip by the families.
Yep.
The families is what tied them to the hip, and they were both doing negative. And that one common denominator was that the mother of Jezebel was going on both ends.
She polluted and contaminated.
Yes.
Not just the Northern Kingdom of Israel,
but the southern
Kingdom of Israel.
Because the problem was that Jezebel's daughter was an Israelite because of Ahab.
Yep.
But she was like his mama. She get it from her mama. She got that wickedness from her mama. So she was rolling like a Tyree woman, but being whatever tribe Ahab was. Okay, so we got that right. So now we're in 2 Kings 8 and what verse again?
24.
Yes, 24.
2 Kings chapter 8 verse 24. And Joram slept with his fathers and was buried with his fathers in the city of David. And Ahaziah, his son, reigned in his stead.
We read about that also. Read on.
In the 12th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, did Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, begin to reign.
So Ahaziah came into power, who was the son of Jehoram, which I'm trying to get the names right. So that means he was the son also of Athaliah, which was the cousin. No, she was the brother of Jehoram up north. Athaliah was the brother. Her brother was Jehoram in the northern kingdom. So they were all cousins and family. So Jehoram and Athaliah were nephews and cousins, right? I want to make sure I got this right. Jehoram was the brother of Athaliah, which was the mother of Ahaziah.
Yeah, Athaliah was the female.
Yes, Athaliah was the female. Her son was Ahaziah. Ahaziah was the nephew of Jehoram of the northern kingdom. So they were blood, they were family. There's a reason I'm bringing this out. There's a reason I'm repeating this. Because what's going to happen is later on, Jehoram is going to go to war with the king of Syria. And is going to get injured. And Athaliah, which is his nephew, is going to come visit his cousin or his uncle. He's going to visit his uncle up north to see how he's doing as he's nursing his injuries. And then something's going to happen up north that transpires another set of chain of events that's going to happen. So the reason the scriptures are going over this kind of family tree scenario is that everybody kind of understands what's going to happen next in the story. So let's continue. Is everybody clear what I just said? Does it make sense? Or am I getting like confusing? Am I creating confusion? That's a great solution.
Run it back.
I get it. You got to run it back, man.
Take more than that.
But because it takes more time to really understand it, you got to go back and read it over and over again.
Make it stick.
Yes.
You 25 again?
Yeah, 25 again, sir.
2 Kings 8:25. In the 12th year of Joram, the son of Ahab, king of Israel, that Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, began to reign.
So King Jehoram of the northern kingdom was simultaneously running his kingdom while young King Ahaziah was in the south, whose mother was Athaliah, which was Jehoram's sister. Read on.
Verse 26. 22 years old was Ahaziah when he began to reign.
So he wasn't a child. He was a grown man, but keep going.
And he reigned 1 year in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Athaliah, the daughter of Omri, king of Israel.
Okay, read on.
And he walked in the way of the house of Ahab, and did evil in the sight of the Most High.
So this is a second southern kingdom son that started operating like the northern kingdom. So now the southern kingdom is starting to erode now because of that foreign element of religion and idol worship that came from Jezebel in the first place.
It's like when you visit your cousins out of town and you come back with their habits. You come back knowing what they doing. And your parents
And you say they were with them for this whole summer?
Yeah, you spent the summer
You
with
got
your
them
cousins.
bad summer habits.
Yeah, you came back throwing up gang signs, man.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
I want to take it too far.
Yeah.
Start with song, right?
Huh? Well, but it stopped though.
Yeah.
Because Asa and Jehoshaphat were right.
Right.
And then they got reintroduced again by the element.
Jehoram brought it back.
Yeah, Jehoram, yeah.
Jehoram brought that evil in.
But the crazy thing is, remember Jehoshaphat is the one who married had him marry in the first place.
Yeah. He set his own lineage up for
failure.
For failure.
And that's why the Most High stung him by taking out all the rest of his sons. Anyway, let's keep going.
Verse 28. And he went with Joram, the son of Ahab, to war against Hazael, king of Syria, in Ramoth Gilead.
So now, this guy Ahaziah, he says, and he went to war with Joram, the son of Ahab, to go to war with Hazael, king of Syria, in Ramoth Gilead. First of all, where is Ramoth Gilead? Ramoth Gilead is in Israel, the eastern side of Israel, on the east side of Jordan, where you had Gad and Reuben. That's where Ramoth Gilead is. Ramoth Gilead is where Gad and Reuben is, and Syria is a little further east of that.
So is that part of their land?
Yes, part of Israel's land.
Okay.
And Ramoth Gilead was a place where years ago the Syrian king was trying to go at Ramoth Gilead and blind all the men of Israel, take out their right eyes. Remember, and that was when Saul came in and hacked that cow in many pieces and sent it out there and said, "Listen,
Samuel,
man,
right?
if you don't sit back here,"
Saul.
I said Saul, right?
Yeah, so I'm
Yeah, it was Saul, and he hacked all those animals to pieces. Listen, man, if you don't fight with me, I'm killing all your animals. Then everybody united.
So we won't lock in.
Yeah. And then they all united and fought against the king of Syria back then.
Mm-hmm.
So Ramoth, now we just read Elisha told Hazael who's going to be king. He takes power. He chokes out Ben-Hadad. He drowns him. Now the war starts to intensify with Hazael, king of Syria, and now the southern kingdom is joining ranks with Jehoram, the northern kingdom, to fight at Ramoth Gilead. Okay? Continue.
Verse 28. And he went with Joram, the son of Ahab, to war against Hazael, king of Syria, in Ramoth Gilead.
Mm-hmm.
And the Syrians wounded Joram. And King Joram went back to be healed in Jezreel.
So listen, he got wounded in the battle. Jehoram, the northern kingdom king. So he went to Jezreel to get healed up, get his body right. Read on.
Of the wounds which the Syrians had given him at Ramah, when he fought against Hazael, king of Syria. And Ahaziah the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to see Joram, the son of Ahab, in Jezreel, because he was sick.
So, like we said earlier, Ahaziah with the southern kingdom brought men up to help Jehoram and his men fight the king of Syria. Jehoram takes a bullet. It ain't a bullet. It's an arrow or something like that. But he got shot. Now he's back in Jezreel, licking his wounds, getting his body together, and Ahaziah goes to visit him for an undisclosed period of time to make sure he's doing okay. Right? Now let's go to Josephus real quick. And let me see. Where are we at? Yeah.
Paragraph 6.
Yeah, we went paragraph. I don't think it makes sense to go all the way down there. I want to go and kind of stay in more of the present.
And we also read line 71 in paragraph 4.
What? Yeah, that's another thing, man. Let me do the Josephus, because that might be a decent place to stop. Because this next chapter kind of goes into a transition of individuals.
Do you want to start chapter 5?
Chapter 5, what do you mean?
Josephus?
No, well, there's a part of chapter 5 that I want to read that deals with the actual fighting. Matter of fact, I have it here. I need to make sure I don't screw this up, so I'm on par with what's going on. No, matter of fact, this is where it is. Let's jump. Let me see. It's paragraph 6. It's 9, 4, and 6. That's what we're going to do. It's 9, 4, and 6.
What is there a particular place?
Paragraph 1. I'm sorry, I keep saying it's 9, 6, and 1. I'm sorry. It's 9, 6, and 1.
Line 87?
The first paragraph.
Yeah.
Page 252, sir.
Let me see. Because what happens is chapter 5,
page 251.
Just chapter 5. I'm sorry. Book 9, chapter 5. We read last week in Chronicles. Now we're in book 9, chapter 6, paragraph 1.
Oh, chapter 6.
And that keeps us now in the present with, because chapter 5 deals with Jehoram from the south dying a dishonorable death. That inward bowel issue.
Yeah, his bowels leaked out.
And Athaliah comes into power. Matter of fact, read the last line of book 9, chapter 5, paragraph 3.
Book 9, chapter 5, paragraph 3, line 104. I suppose it was because they thought that such his death came upon him by the wrath of the Most High, and that therefore he was not worthy to partake of such a funeral as became king.
So this is what it's saying: is Jehoram from the south wasn't given an honorable funeral. He was just buried. He wasn't buried with the rest of the great kings because he was a dirtbag. He killed all his brothers. He brought wickedness back into the empire. Read on.
Accordingly, they neither buried in the sepulchres of his fathers, nor vouchsafed him any honors, but buried him like a private man. And this, when he had lived 40 years and reigned 8. And the people of Jerusalem delivered the government to his son Ahaziah.
So Ahaziah gets the power. Read on.
Chapter 6, paragraph 1. Now Joram, the king of Israel, after the death of Ben-Hadad, hoped that he might now take Ramoth, a city of Gilead, from the Syrians.
So he's like, Ramoth Gilead was an Israelite city that had obviously been taken and conquered by the Syrians. So he's like, man, Ben-Hadad died. Now it's my time to sit back and shine. And let's go get back and take back what's ours. Read on.
Accordingly, he made an expedition against it with a great army. But as he was besieging it, an arrow was shot at him by one of the Syrians. But the wound was not mortal.
It wasn't a wound that was going to bring him death. it just slowed him down and it injured him. Read on.
So he returned to have his wound healed in Jezreel, but left his whole army in Ramoth, and Jehu.
So listen. So now he was healing in Jezreel, but his whole army was still in Ramoth Gilead. Okay. I don't want to go any further than that, because all I want to go into was that he got wounded and went to Jezreel, and he left his whole army in Ramoth Gilead. So what's happening is now he's going to get set up for something. What I want to do is read 1 Kings chapter 19. 1 Kings 19 in verse 17.
1 Kings chapter 19, verse 17. And it shall come to pass that him that escaped the sword of Hazael.
Stop. Now don't forget, the reason the Most High wanted Elijah. Matter of fact, give me verse 16 and 17. Salakia. Because matter of fact, give me 15 through 17. We went into 15 already, but let's go 15 through 17. This was the prophecies the Most High wanted Elijah initially to relate to the people, but it ended up being Elisha's job to do these things. Read on.
1 Kings chapter 19, verse 15. And the Most High said unto him, Go, return on thy way into the wilderness of Damascus, and when thou comest, anoint Hazael to be king over Syria.
So the goal was to anoint Hazael to be king over Syria. Read on.
And Jehu, the son of Nimshi, shalt thou anoint to be king over Israel.
So Jehu was also supposed to be the person that was going to be over Israel after Jehoram ran his course. Now, he didn't express, Jehoram wasn't even thought about to be the king yet. It was just Ahab at the time. But the Most High had already tabbed who was going to be the next once Ahab's family line gets wiped out. It was going to be Jehu. Now, we're reading now that Jehu was his captain of the host of the armies that was fighting against the Syrians in Ramoth Gilead.
He was the first to break the lineage of the Northern Kingdom family line.
Yeah.
No. I think this Jehu was No, he wasn't. Because Jeroboam was first. He had all his family wiped out. Then I think Baasha came next.
Yeah, so Nadab was the son of Jeroboam.
Okay.
And then Baasha was next.
Baasha was not
It was not
of the family
of Jeroboam.
And then after Baasha died, then you had Zimri was not part of the line. It was somebody that was Zimri.
It was Elad and Zimri.
Because Zimri was the military captain.
But
yes.
he committed suicide.
But then Omri came in. But that's already 4 generations changed up. That's 4 different people came up. Then Omri, then it was Ahab, then it was Ahaziah, then it was Jehoram. And now he's breaking it off again with Jehu.
Yep.
So he's constantly taking out these kings and their leadership influences. At most, Ahab's lasted longest. Omri, Ahab, Ahaziah, and Jehoram, they lasted the longest. And they were wicked as hell. Now he's bringing Jehu in, who was a military captain for Jehoram. So, but that we're going to go into that next week. But it was prophesied in 1 Kings 19 that Jehu, the son of Nimshi, was going to be anointed king of Israel. Read verse 16 again.
Verse 16. And Jehu, the son of Nimshi, shalt thou anoint to be king over Israel. And Elisha, the son of Shaphat, of Abel Meholah, shalt thou anoint to be prophet in thy room.
And Elisha was obviously son of Shaphat, ended up being that person and did great things leading up to 2 Kings chapter 9. Read on.
And it shall come to pass that him that escapeth the sword of Hazael shall Jehu slay.
So, what is the Most High trying to tell Elijah? The Most High is going to destroy Israel for their wickedness. But you have to give Israel a chance to repent. You got to give Israel prophets and teachers and leaders that will warn before the hammer is dropped. He's like, when Hazael gets in, he's going to sit back here and wipe out Israel in droves. That's why Elisha was crying so much. When he ran into Hazael, he knew the damage that Hazael was going to bring to the people. And he said, for all the people that Hazael doesn't take out, it's going to be a lot. He said, Jehu is going to sit back here and wipe out the other ones that Hazael doesn't wipe out. So the Most High is like, vengeance is mine. But Israel has to be given mercy and time to figure it out before he sits back here and wipes them out. So from chapter 19, he gives them many more years for Israel to figure it out, to repent, to change. He bought us more time before the blows came. And this is why the title of the class was Israel Spiraling Out of Control. Because it's about to just, wheels going to be off, people going to be dying, the northern kingdom's going to get broken up. The bloodshed is on its way. Okay? So now everything's being put into place and set up. Hazael's has already got anointed. They're already going to war. Jehoram got shot, not shot, but he got injured. And now the next class deals with Jehu being anointed the king of Israel. And what happens is there's going to be some things that transpire that affect the southern kingdom too once Jehu was anointed. Okay? So, we finished. Read verse 29 again of 2 Kings chapter 8. And we're going to leave it at chapter 8, verse 29.
2 Kings chapter 8, verse 29. And King Joram went back to be healed in Jezreel of the wounds which the Syrians had given him at Ramah, when he fought against Hazael, king of Syria. And Ahaziah, the son of Jehoram, king of Judah, went down to see Joram, the son of Ahab, in Jezreel, because he was sick.
And we also know, according to Josephus, that Jehoram left his army in Ramoth Gilead to keep fighting the Syrians. So he only has a small band of men protecting him in Jezreel, along with the king of Judah, Ahaziah, there with him, making sure his uncle is okay. Okay, so now you have this family up here in Jezreel, and now the Most High is going to sit back and lay the hammer in the next chapter on Jehoram and Ahaziah. Okay, are there any questions? I know there's a lot of information and jumping of names, but if you go back into it and read it, listen to it again, it will be easier the second time you hear it. Yes, sir?
So basically, because of Ahab, a lot of idolatry came into Israel.
Well, I'm going to say it's before Ahab. It was actually Jeroboam. Mm-hmm. Jeroboam was the one who started Israel on the left-hand side. What Jeroboam did, Jeroboam was the man that the northern kingdom chose because he was industrious and he had the heart of the people. This was at the time that Solomon was in power. What happened was he was afraid of the southern kingdom uniting with the northern kingdom again. So what he did is he, normally the 10th month of the year, there is the feast of Tabernacles, and that's when everybody comes together. There's 3 times a year where Israel comes together. So what he did is he said, okay, you know what? I have to avoid the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom coming together. So what Jeroboam did is he pushed back the Feast of Tabernacles 1 month, so that now all of a sudden the months are out of sync, and we're going to miss each other. And then he sat back here and didn't make Jerusalem the gathering place, which is in the southern kingdom. He sat back and made Bethel and Dan. Bethel was the southernmost part of the northern kingdom, and Dan was the northernmost part of the northern kingdom. And he put calf images in both locations.
He said, behold, these are the guys about your
and now he started teaching and creating a new doctrine. That it was Jeroboam that started it off. Yep. And he said the calves, these bulls, were the ones who got you out of Egypt, not the Most High.
And he also did away with the priest line.
Yep.
As far as the Levites being priests.
Yep.
He let anybody be a priest.
That's right, yeah.
Anybody could be a priest, and not be a Levite.
So he was the one who started the northern kingdom going left. What Ahab did that was different from Jeroboam is that because of Jezebel, he married a Tyrian princess, which is another nation.
So wasn't she Jesus?
Yes, she was a non-nation. But then when it happened is there was more of a proactiveness in enforcing the idolatry. Whereas Jeroboam gave Israel options. When you give Israel options, they're going to take the weaker of the options. But then Ahab started enforcing the idolatry on the nation.
Okay, gotcha.
And that was when Elijah stepped in and dealt with the prophets of Baal, the 450 prophets of Baal in Mount Carmel. And that's when things started escalating, was when Ahab and his family started pushing and enforcing the idolatry on the people. And now we're almost, this is still, Jeroboam is Ahab's son.
Right.
And he's about to get dealt with and be replaced
So
by Jehu.
basically, everyone after Jeroboam, which was his sons, became evil because he forced idolatry
Yes.
onto the people.
Yes. And there, since Jeroboam, there were just different lineages of kings that weren't through Jeroboam's lineage. They kept getting replaced. The kings kept getting replaced, and different men came in and implemented idolatry. Nobody was changing. Okay?
As a matter of fact, no king in the northern kingdom of Israel
Was good.
was ever reported as being good.
Yeah.
Only Jehu, which we'll deal with next week, was said to be somewhat.
He was part-time
Yeah,
good.
it was 50-50.
He was good for a little bit.
Yeah.
He was only good for a little bit because it served his best interest. To be honest with you, it served his
there was
best interest for a
no
couple.
king from the northern kingdom that was good.
No.
Yes, exactly. None. It was all bad. So, are there any other questions? Like I said,
Can I get possibly a picture of that chart?
no man.
Yeah, I didn't.
No,
You gotta do it yourself.
What do you got to search and hunt by. Yeah, you don't want to hunt for nothing. Here, pass it. Whoever wants it, they can take a
I was
picture.
gonna wait. Appreciate it.
No, we're gonna hoard this information, man. I can't have this info. How darest thou?
One quick.
No, it's cool. If anybody wants it, it's cool, man. I'm not tripping. I'm just
We probably could put it up on the screen too. We probably got one.
Do I have it?
I think we got one in the image.
Mommy Igbo.
Maybe.
Mommy Igbo.
That's hilarious.
Anybody else want to see it?
Igbo.
I don't think I have it on here.
The E-balls over there?
Yeah.
Maybe in the other computer. It's the other computer. Yeah, it's on the one. Not on this one. Yeah, it's not this one.
Yeah.
Put that up here, man. Okay. All right. Any other questions, y'all? Comments, statements, issues, complaints?
I like you.
I know. All right. So we're gonna sit back here and shut this down, and we'll be back at it on Monday for class, and Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Shabbat. That's the rotation. So, Amajim.
Everybody stand.
Face the east. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
In the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Mike Allah.
Send Mike Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
The people of Yahshua.
The people of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
Yahweh Shai come quickly.
For in thee.
For in thee.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always.
Always.
And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Baruch Thou Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Baruch Thou Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Yahweh Nothing no.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Baruch Thou Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Baruch Thou Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Nothing no. Award.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us light to see.
Baruch Thou Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Baruch Thou Yahweh B'Hashem Yahshai.
Nothing no.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Baruch Atah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah. Lefilano. Shemon. Zayat. Lamashach. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every day.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh. How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shall exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire on my enemies.
My desire on my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ear shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
Rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
B'Hashem Yahushai. Psalms 133. Shayar, Ama'ayawa, Laduad, Ana, Ma, Tawab, Wama, La'ayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gam, Yachad, Kashaman, Atawab, Ayo, Hara'ash, Yarad, Ayo, Azakwan, Zakwan, Harad, Shayarad, Ayo, Hayab, Madawat Yuwa, Kator, Karam, Shayaran, Ayo, Aroria, Desire One, Kaya, Shab, Kazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Avalam, B'Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion, for there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh, B'Hashem, Yahushai, Rachanel, B'Ashrayim, Wabiat, Sepoyim, Yahweh, B'Hashem, Yahushai, Rachanel, B'Ashrayim, Wabiat, Sepoyim. Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushai, Rachanel, B'Ashrayim, Wabiat, Sepoyim. Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushai, Rachanel, B'Ashrayim, Wabiat, Sepoyim. Baruch Atah Yahweh, Baruch Atah Yahushai, Baruch Atah Yahweh, Baruch Atah Yahushai. All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all mercy, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh. Hashem, Yahushai,
All right, so what we said was the Most High in the name of Christ blessed and watch over all the schools in the house of books throughout the four corners, and that's why we went to every direction. And now the scriptures say greet one another with the holy kiss, salute one another with the holy kiss. So we're gonna ask the Most High in the name of Christ to bless and watch the men, and they're gonna return that blessing upon us. Then we're gonna ask the Most High in the name of Christ to bless and watch over the sisters, and they're gonna return that blessing unto us.
You wanna do it?
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, wa Yahushua, wa Kal Yasha'el, men of Israel, Amajim, Barak.
Yahweh, Shem Yahshua,
Kum Yasha'el.
Kum Yasha'el. Kum Yasha'el. Kum Yasha'el.
In the top, turn face to sisters, please stand. Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amajim, Barak.
Yahweh Shema Alatham B'Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh Shamar Alatham B'Hashem Yahushua.
Yashmatap, dismissed.
Fall out.
Fall out. That's my line, bro. Slam everybody. See y'all on Monday.